So you don't need anything from me, right?
No. So the link on the share photo.
Testing 1, 2. Folks, while we're waiting till start at 10:30, if you'd like a cup of tea, there's some tea in the back, and we will be starting in about 5 minutes.
HCRABI. HCRABI.
Okay.
Okay.
Send.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If on the what do you want?
State to set up.
Done. Ravi.
Zoom lens connect Zoom lens
உங்க ஜூம்ல இருக்கான்னு பாக்குறீங்களா?
இல்ல in future for me to set up.
அதாங்க உங்க ஜூம்ல இருக்கும். உங்க ஜூம் காமிங்க, நான் சொல்றேன். ஒரு சொல்லுங்க.
இது இதுதானே போர் போய்
ஆமா.
logged in somewhere and then went
அவ்வளவுதான். இது சார் ரிட்டையர் ஆகணும். போய் விட ரிட்டையர் வால்யூம் சரியா வச்சுக்கணும். This is what it is. This is where you have to key in. Okay, and this is the. Okay, so இது உங்களோட கொடுக்குறேன். எனக்கு அப்போ இங்கே தான் இருப்பீங்களா? இப்போ மட்டும்
இது ஒன்றும் பண்ண மாட்டாது.
எங்க வைக்கணுமோ அதை வச்சுட்டு கரெக்டாக இது பண்ணிக்கணும்.
அது பண்ணிடுங்க.
இல்லை நான் பண்ணுறேன் சரி.
இது நான் வச்சுக்கிறேன்.
சரி இது எங்கே வைக்கணுமா?
Make sure that it is in this one.
Huh?
Yeah. இது வருது இல்லையா? பின்னால்
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி வரும். இது யாரும் ட்ரிப்பா நம்ம ட்ரிப்பா
no. But where they will on the stage or oh, you know what?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, sir.
Well, you know what I mean?
You see here clear?
Okay.
Huh? So I will give you the link.
So and so have that.
I'm here. So you do this for me.
Excellent.
Thank
you.
So it's here. So if you're going to be nearby the camera, I will be here. So in case you want to cover the crowd or something like that, you need to take it here.
The whole tripod.
So you can place it பண்ணலாம். Then use the smile lead. ரொம்ப ஷேக் பண்ணாதீங்க. இப்படி இப்படி பண்ணலாம்.
Right. Okay.
So இப்படி பண்ணலாம்.
Okay. Thank you.
அதுதான் இது வச்சிருக்கேன்.
So your equipment is this iPad and this
Only
tripod.
this. So
Nothing else.
I'm using your YouTube.
Yes.
I'm using your this thing. The connection வந்து உங்களுக்கு நான் link
Yeah, I got it.
whomsoever you want to
Share it.
groupல போட்டு Facebookல போட்டு live watch பண்ணணும்.
Okay.
சரியா?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
And இதுல power மட்டும்
பார்த்துட்டே இருக்கணும்.
power ஈவினிங் வரைக்கும் இருக்கும்.
Okay.
But I given a power bank.
இங்க ஸ்ரீராம் கொடுத்துருங்க.
வயரும் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். இங்க plug பண்ணி
Okay.
அதை கனெக்ட் பண்ணி பக்கத்துல இருக்கணும்.
அது இங்கே இருக்கு. இது இங்க கனெக்ஷன்.
போட்டு போக கூடாது.
எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் கார்டு இருக்கீங்க.
எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன்லாம் வேண்டாம். அது ஸ்டாண்ட் அலோன்.
Oh, the
Power bank. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
I'll come around 2:33 hours.
Take care.
All right. Good morning, everyone. If we could get settled in, we will begin today's ceremony.
This row all the way.
At this time, I would like to request
Okay.
Professor Himakanti on the stage, Dr. Lakshmanan,
You think if I put a chair here?
Sri Parambar, Sri Vinayak ji, and Mr. Kumar, please come on stage to light the lamp.
Bhakta
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬೇಡ. ಅದು ಮುಡ್ಸಿತ್ತು. Now retired.
Tired. You want to go back also.
Yeah, I want to go. Okay, now it's, I think, ಕೊಂಚ ಅದು ಇದು ರೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು ಸರಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದು ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು
Thank you, everyone. At this moment, I would like to request Dr. Lakshman to start off with the welcome remarks.
Friends, welcome to the second SAMMELAN. It's happening through participation of 3 institutions: BHARATI Foundation, BHARATI, and Friends, 50 years back, I can talk about 50 years back as a metaphor. When we needed to do anything, we had to reach out to the people, we had to find a place, and then the gurus had to push students to come and learn our sampradaya, our teachings. It is one, sorry. All these children, we had to persuade them to come and learn. But we came on boats, different boats, but we are here in big shape, the great country Canada, which we call our country. But coming here to buy grocery is not enough, but we have to keep our culture, our values. Not only you keep and make sure that it continues, and for that to happen, we need teachers. Teachers who passionately teach. In life, Anitaji, learning is easy, but learning to give is not that easy. Tagore said in 1920 when he came to Vancouver, he said, you have democracy, you have freedom, but learn to give. Meet your social obligations. In this great community in Canada, multicultural, we are fortunate. We have people who came here not alone to learn and buy groceries, but they brought their values and culture to live with them. We have leaders like Balamami, who came from the 70s. People like her gave her time to teach children like Savitri or Kanchana or Kavita. And we salute such great teachers like Balamani today. We want to make sure not alone that we learn to learn the subjects, but also we learn to give back to the children so that they follow our values and sampradaya. And in Toronto, we are very happy from early years in the days of Nirikatakar and of course Tapada and Vasundhara Gopal Vasumati and Balamami. These leaders, community leaders, took it upon themselves when there was no Zoom, there was no cell phone, persuading children about the phone call, come back from work and make sure that these children are persuaded, bring them to their houses, and give that valuable time to the children to teach. Here we have got our own priest and son here, priest and daughter here, such eminent people who learn to give that time. Even today, Vijay said somewhere, I consider PSN as my guru. but through him, I learned a little bit whatever I learned today. I was only going to manipulate to dig a hole in the ground and to what I need to do. But people like Pearson who told me this is life beyond learning. And of course, we had people like Pearson, people like Balaman, Sundra. And we are also being GTA, we're fortunate. In this great country, the government allows us to teach and continue with our values and sampradaya. This may not be a privilege that some other countries may have, but in Canada we're able to do. Not long we are able to teach and do it, but there was a time we had to knock at the door of Curtis Hall, York University, to conduct programs. Cutting bishops in the night, next morning, take the awareness at the Pongal to Curtis Hall for the Tarotsava and share with people when we do the program. But now we can proudly say this community has invested for itself, not alone joining, giving back to the community through universities, building temples, but we also have community centers, halls, where we can tell people, why don't you come to our facility and use the facility and teach the students. We are very proud to say, with Shadamba's blessing, Adi Shankara's blessing, is a great teacher. Today, we have our own community center to spread our values, to teach our students, and we have people like Prabha and others who willingly come to Akananda. That is Akananda, that she is. Our Singeri Coles, she is our champion. She gives so much of time to SVPL to teach children spiritually, dance, music, everything she does. Not only herself, the Sampradaya continues, her daughter Sriya continues in few years, Sriya's daughter, son. So what I'm here to say is, the community is coming together. We have our own infrastructure with the blessings of Acharya, with the blessings of Shadamba. We are proud to say we have our facilities, teachers kindly come together, help us to help the community. And year back, we said it's not enough teachers teaching. It is our responsibility to recognize these teachers for all that they are contributing. Today, we are very proud to have Balamami. She started here in Toronto. She's continuing, she's 94. She's still teaching at the age of 94, getting Krishnan Tomato. Teacher who came all the way from Calcutta, chose Canada with the Mama, Nursing Mama, to take Canada as a home with Malika and all. And today, Balamani continues to teach. So she has gone corner to corner of the world, from Calcutta to Toronto to Ottawa. But she has not forgotten sharing us knowledge and teaching the children. Mommy, thank you very much. Savitri, Lavanya, continue to take what you taught them to teach our children. We are very proud, Mommy. Continue doing it. Thank you very much for what you've given us. So, enjoy the day. Not alone we have teachers in this audience, teachers of music, but teachers like Srila Bharat. That family is well known. That family, I talked about Tagore saying, meet your social obligation. Her grandfather gave a school to a village called Patamadai. That is where we have Swami Swananda came from. He went to Rishikesh, and of course, God probably said, Swananda, great guru of us, came from Patamadai. That Patamadai gave us Srila Bharat. She crossed the ocean, now she is teaching here. So these gurus continue to give to the community. Thank you very much for what you do. Enjoy the day. Make sure every day you think of the gurus who teach you. So it is not only learning, but every morning remember them and continue to say thanks for what they've done for you for your life. Life is not just living, but living God. These teachers make it very important. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman, for such inspiring words. ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to welcome you all to the second annual Vidya Bharati class, a vibrant celebration of art, culture, and education. I'm Karthik Venkatraman. I'm the president of Bharati Kalamandar. I'm happy to be here. And I first off would like to thank our fellow organizations, SVBF Canada, with the help of the SVBF committee, as well as Mr. Param Bhatt and the rest of his team, Sangeet Bharati, with Sri Vinayak Hegde and the rest of his team. The purpose of this gathering is to create a platform where artists, scholars, and cultural enthusiasts come together to explore the richness of our heritage and promote the preservation and growth of various art forms. A concept that we believe will bring the community together to develop ideas and determine the path forward, keeping the South Asian arts, especially those of India and Sri Lanka, alive and sustainable for the next generation here in Canada. Vidya Bharati SAMMELAN is not just a display of artistic talent, but also an exchange of ideas where we can learn from each other, foster creativity, and inspire the next generation to carry forward these traditions. Our expectations for this event are to cultivate a deeper understanding and appreciation for the diverse art forms that shape our cultural identity, and to encourage innovation while staying rooted in tradition. One core outcome of this conference is the panel sessions, which serve as a discussion forum for community members comprised of teachers, artists, and organizations to debate and discuss about current issues so that we may learn and adapt to what the community expects out of cultural organizations such as ours. We hope this SAMMELAN will serve as a source of inspiration, unity, and collaboration, paving the way for a brighter future for the arts in our community. Thank you for your attendance today, and we encourage your continued participation in this conference throughout the years. I will now hand it over to Sri Vinayak Hegde to give it a brief description of the expectations of the SAMMELAN.
Mr. Dear, dignitaries of stage, artists, and music and art lovers. It's our pleasure to be associated with great cause along with SVBF Canada and Bharati Kalamandar. I just would like to draw your attention to what we did on the first SAMMELAN. So our goals were to provide a platform for discussing the current and future state of South Asian classical performing arts in Canada, facilitate collaboration and networking opportunities among artists and various community groups, recognize and honor outstanding artists and organizations in the cultural and arts field, including art, dance, music. Offer a recurring platform for artists to showcase their arts regularly. These are the things what we started off last year. And this year, continuing that, our theme for second SAMMELAN is sustaining classical values in changing environment. Thank you all, and welcome to the second SAMMELAN.
Okay, now that we've got all the purpose and the rules out of the way, I'm very excited to invite our keynote address today by Dr. Hema Ganapathy. Dr. Hema Ganapathy is a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Toronto and director of the Center of South Asian Critical Humanities at UTM Mississauga. For the past 25 years, her research has examined the beliefs around parenting, children, and childhood of Indian, particularly Hindu parents, both immigrants in the United States and Canada, and parents living in the states of Gujarat, India. Of special concern to her are the everyday routines that immigrants use to live out their ideals and principles. She's currently working on a longitudinal mixed methods psychological study of the daily routines of the Indian community in the GTA. In a second research study, she is investigating multiple dimensions of cultural maintenance and cultural adaptation within the Indian and Pakistani diasporas in the Greater Toronto Area's Peel region. Her work has been published in multiple scholarly venues, and she also sits on the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Committee at the UPM's Department of Psychology. When she is not working, she can be found listening to or singing classical music, reading, or walking. We have had the honor of working with Dr. Ganapati Coleman and the University of Toronto in presenting cultural programs for the benefit of the Greater Toronto community. She is an absolute pleasure to work with and passionate about the South Asian arts, being a musician herself. We are very proud to have Dr. Hema Ganapati present our keynote speech today. I welcome Dr. Ganapati to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Karthik, for this very kind introduction. I'm just incredibly honored and happy to be here today, and sincerely thank the organizers for this invitation. As all of us know, events like this Sammelanam are especially important for immigrant communities like ours. They serve a lot of different purposes. They create a space for us, for immigrants who have a shared cultural background, to be together in a really positive environment and offer opportunities for social interaction. They allow individuals to showcase all their multiple talents, and they expose children and young people within the community to the art forms and ways of thinking that are sort of typical of their cultural background. They also attract young people to these art forms and encourage them to pursue these, which in turn creates bridges between generations. And in these ways, they allow for the long-term continuation of the ways of living and thinking that have a long history within a community. So the importance of such cultural and intercultural programs is unquestionable. So in my remarks today, I'll start by speaking very briefly about my prior work with the Indian immigrant community in the USA and in Canada, where my research is based. After this, I'll speak about the psychological benefits that being connected to one's heritage and cultural background has. And I will end, because my background is psychology and because I study this stuff, it's hard for me to only say positive things. There are things you have to always think about. You have to kind of tweak and think about other things to consider, especially regarding our responsibilities with regard to the transmission of cultural heritage to the future generations. So in order to really know who we are, we have to recognize what's really valuable for us, and what is worth doing, what's worth having, what is worth preserving, and what we should oppose or reject in our everyday lives. And what we consider important, what we consider valuable and worth maintaining really depends on our ideals and our principles, and how close we are or we feel to those ideals. So the way in which we understand ourselves, both as individuals and as a community, has a very strong moral and ethical side to it, because you're weighing good and bad. So there's this ethical aspect to it. Initially, we learn these ethical things of what's good and what is bad from the people who are responsible for bringing us up, the people who teach us and train and educate us. Through my research in India, the USA, and in Canada since about 1996, I've been studying the psychology of parenting. So on the one hand, I'm really interested in what Indian origin parents do every day as they are bringing up their children. So what are the practices that they are following, for example? But then I'm also really interested in knowing why they are doing what they're doing. So often, I observe parents or I talk to them about what they're doing every day with their children. And then I'll ask them questions about it. So if they say they are sending their child, they're driving their child for 45 minutes every weekend to learn Bharatanatyam or something, and they're doing this every weekend, then I ask them, you're doing this, why are you doing this? What does it mean to you? And what will happen if you don't do it? So what? Nobody cares, right? So what would happen if you did not do it? So that's one of the other questions I always ask them. So among many other things, I found that these parents, and they turned out to be mostly Hindus at the time when I was doing this big study, most of the parents placed a lot of importance on moral, ethical, and religious and spiritual values as things to inculcate in their children, and they wanted their children to have these values as they were growing up. So they would say things like, I want my child to be a good human being. Or they would say, I want my child to learn good things, not learn bad habits, be God-fearing or spiritually inclined. So for instance, there was this mother who was a representative in a publishing company. She worked at a small job. And she was telling me that, and I was asking her what her routine is for her children. And she said that one of the routines is that her children, once they wake up in the morning, they have to immediately go and take a shower. And then they have to come downstairs and go and sit at the altar in the house for 10 minutes and pray for that time period. And she said she doesn't allow them to speak at that time. She has taught them some prayers and she said that they must pray like this. Another mother who was a university instructor, she said that, her son actually thinks that Lord Krishna is his friend. So this was a very interesting reversal because her son went to India and she had told her son that praying to Krishna will help him, it will give him confidence, and he'll get some extra help from these gods. So she had a very sort of instrumental view. She was like, do these things that God will help you. So when she took him to India, he asked, much like Mirabai, I think, for a little idol, a deity of Lord Krishna. And then he was carrying this little deity around with the idea that he would get help whenever he wanted, if he had the deity and if he would pray. So the mother joked that, he thinks Krishna is going to help him and Krishna will help him, but actually he has to work really hard before Krishna helps him. So she laughed about this. So these two examples demonstrate the role of everyday events and rules that parents set for their children in shaping a value or an ethic or a quality that the parent wants to inculcate in the child. And so by creating a routine and by insisting that the child stick to that routine, and they're very strict about it, the parent actually makes it very meaningful. So when the parent is strict about it, the child learns that they cannot compromise on this. This is not an optional thing. They have to do this. And I asked one of the mothers, what do you do when your child doesn't obey? Kids are kids. They'll say, I won't do it. Especially when they're teenagers. They'll say, I don't want to do it. And this mother, she just looked at me in the eye and she said, when you're a parent, you have to plant your feet on rock. And she said, you should not budge when your child refuses to do something. So she was very, very particular about this. So, being God-fearing, believing in God, these things were very, very important for these parents. And they all talked about this. And some of them said that, the portrayal of God is not just about worship and ritual. It's actually about being a good human being. Religion and prayer are ways to inculcate really good qualities in oneself. And then, after that, if you're a good human being, then religion has done its job. And they said that some people pray a lot, but they're actually not good human beings, and that's it. So they were very, very clear about this, and they talked about these things in a very detailed and very careful and very nuanced way. So these parents were thinking carefully about all these things, and they said that innate goodness, friendly nature, all these things are very important. Sincerity is important, loyalty is important, being truthful is important, and they saw religion as one way to teach their children these things. These parents were also very clear that they wanted their children to know their origins. So when I was watching the routines that they were using for their children, that they had organized for their children, I found that they had very specific things, like driving the child for dance classes, or they were taking the child to the Chinmaya mission for Bal Trust. So they were trying to make their child speak in the native language at home. And I asked them, why are you doing this? And one of the mothers said, it's just for them to know who they are so that they feel comfortable with their own background. And so that once they understand where they come from, and they begin to understand it, they participate in the arts and culture of their heritage. And once they become comfortable with it, then it's really good for them and it's really good for their own personality. So some of the parents were very clear, and I know that many of you are familiar with this challenge when you're bringing up a child in a foreign country, or when you yourself have moved to a foreign country, or you belong to a minority group, a culture of some kind. It's very, very challenging to maintain these practices and requires a lot of determination, it requires a lot of commitment and time. And one of the mothers, she told me, and she was almost with tears as she was telling me, she said, you lose a lot when you come. This was her sentence to me. And so these parents, they worked very hard at cooking Indian food at home. They were very particular about celebrating festivals at home. They were trying to explain to their children why they celebrate certain festivals. They were trying to teach their children to enjoy classical music from India or folk music from different parts of India. They tried to get their children involved in attending the temple, in the rituals of the temple. They were very, very invested in these things, and they were spending a huge amount of time doing this. So one of the mothers in my study, she had a doctorate and a postdoctorate in oncology. And she said that once her children were born, she no longer felt comfortable spending so much time outside the house. She was worried about what would happen to her kids. So she switched her training. She went and got herself training in equity analysis and became an equity analyst. And she was very busy with the local temple there. So she was organizing, Ram Leela, and she was organizing staging for the Ramayana and all these things. And she said that she found that extremely meaningful for herself. One of the other mothers said that her son really struggled with his Indianness in the beginning. So, because he was in a private school and he was surrounded by white children, he would come home and he would tell his mother, Mom, I'm dark white. And this was his way of combining his Indianness with the idea that he was born and being brought up in the West. So he was sort of laying claim to two different skin colors to try to show that he was in fact a member of both the Indian community and the community in the US at the time. And it was also very clear that he was just a little bit worried about the dark part of the dark white. He had experienced racism in his school and was showing that anxiety around it. But his mother told me that once he began to participate in the cultural activities of the local temple, and once he was around other children from his own, with a shared similar background, he became much more comfortable with who he was. And then he went on to participate in all of this with great excitement. So many of these parents, so one of the, when you Google the term culture, so clearly, cultural background and heritage is extremely important for immigrants. When you Google the term culture, you will find hundreds of definitions of the word. And these definitions include things like food, religion, language, customs, rituals, beliefs, arts, attitudes, lifestyle, all of these things. And because my background is psychology, just within psychology, there are many, many definitions also for culture. And one of them is culture is a historically shared, learned collection of beliefs, practices, institutions, and norms shared among a sizable group of individuals and passed on over multiple generations. So this is that cultural heritage aspect. So this passing through the generations is a very big part of this culture and what it means. And so this is continuation of these cultural practices is extremely important for immigrants. Now, research on immigration and mental health shows very clearly that newly arrived immigrants, in fact, have better mental and physical health than their counterparts who are Canadian born or who have been living in Canada for a long period of time. This is a very interesting and paradoxical thing to find. So the health of immigrants actually tends to worsen over time until it matches the health of the general population. Now, why is this? When people come from their country of origin, unless they are coming as refugees or are been persecuted in some way, they are coming with a lot of energy, with a lot of hope and dreams. Now, migration involves three sets of changes or transitions in personal ties and in the social connections, the networks. To move from one socio-economic system to another makes a big difference. The change in your social environment makes a big difference, and then the shift from one cultural system to another cultural system also makes a big difference. And this shift, apparently, over a period of time becomes very challenging for people. Because now suddenly they're not surrounded by people who look like them, they're not surrounded by the cultural heritage of their ancestors, people don't speak their language, they may encounter racism and discrimination and exclusion, they may feel socially very isolated because their friend network is left behind in the country of origin. There is a disillusionment, they go the West is the best and all that, and come here and start living. There's a sudden sense of, oh my God, what have I done? How difficult this is. What have I lost in coming? So there's a disillusionment. There's a stage of demoralization. And then initial hopes and expectations may not be realized. Maybe a person comes with a lot of experience and training from their country of origin, they come here, suddenly their experience is not valued. Their credential or their degree is not recognized. They are back to square one. They have to start from the beginning, from zero. And these things can be, along with exclusion policies, discrimination, racism, these things can make it very, very challenging for immigrants. And it is for this reason that the well-being, mental and physical health of many immigrants goes down over the years as they start living in Canada. Risk factors can also differ from men versus women. There's also differences depending on how proficient the person is in English. There can be differences based on what the background of the person was in India and what their experiences were there, the reasons for their moving here. All those things can make a difference to how a person feels about the move to Canada. All of which is to say that cultural programs like this actually act as a huge buffer. They really help people incredibly because they act. So when you're in an environment like this, the event, this cultural program, is acting as a cultural broker, right? It's like it's building a bridge between you and the community. And what it does is that it provides for immigrants like us a safe space in which we can just be ourselves. I can't dress like this and go to teach a class every day. So it doesn't. You don't fit like that. You can do it. I can do it. It's a little. There are differences. There's a contextual issue that makes it, not such a great idea to do that every single day, right? So it provides a safe space in which you can just be yourself. You can talk your language. You can just do it, and you can assume comfortably that everyone understands what you're trying to say. You share the same cultural background. You don't have to justify your feelings. You don't have to justify why you're wearing something. You don't have to justify your language. None of that. So that becomes so these events serve that function. We also know that these practices, they are very special for us because when you're in India or in Sri Lanka, wherever you may be from, you take these practices for granted. You take these art forms for granted. People talk about it, it's outside, everywhere in society, people look for it. And it goes unnoticed when you're living in your own country of origin. When you come here, suddenly you find that it's harder to find that environment. And this space gives us that chance. It gives us that room in which we can actually practice our art forms and showcase our talents. By learning about and embracing culturally based practices in our community, it also begin the process of understanding the impact of immigration. It can help us to understand why we are experiencing what we are experiencing. It helps us by allowing us to talk with one another about the problems we are facing and what the solutions are to the problems we are facing. It also helps us to reclaim the honor and the pride that we have in our ancestral background and our historical knowledge, and the power that exists in connecting with one's community through shared values and beliefs. So cultural programs like this help us to feel seen, they help us to feel heard, and they help us to feel really connected with one another. Confusion about one's cultural identity can lead to confusion overall and to very poor mental health outcomes. And this kind of environment helps to prevent that sort of thing from happening. Now, over the past 6 years, I've been studying the Indian community, the GTA, especially the P region, and I've been working with large numbers of undergraduate students. They are mostly students of Indian origin, with some students of Pakistani origins also. I've had a couple of students of Sri Lankan background too. A lot of this has been very inspiring, very joyful, very encouraging. And the students, I would say that one of the biggest joys is interacting with these young students, seeing the brightness in their eyes and talking to them. These students, they are bright, they are lively, they are energetic, they are ambitious, they are kind, and they are incredibly affectionate. So it's been an honor and a privilege for me to work with these students who are all of South Asian origins. What I've also learned is that in my field, psychology, there are very few people of Indian or South Asian origins who work as psychologists. What I've also learned is that there are even fewer women who are of South Asian backgrounds and work in universities here. And what I learned is that over a period of years, I think that these young people who come from many different religious backgrounds, I've had Sikh students, I've had Muslim, Hindu students, some Christian students, and they come from a variety of socio-economic backgrounds. They are dealing with great challenges, even though they were born here. I think we can say that as the older generation, our dream is to make something better for our children. These children are, on the one hand, they seem to be having a wonderful time, they're learning a lot. So I'm not saying that they're always crying and thinking, not at all, far from that. But in my years of conversing with them, really getting to know them, they also start confiding in you. They start telling you things that they would not otherwise share. So I have heard stories about parents forcing young daughters to marry someone. I have heard about parents preventing their children from marrying partners from outside their caste, religion, or community group. I have heard about open preference for an allotment of a greater share of family resources for sons as compared to daughters. I've heard about silence around mental health issues. I've heard about my students tell me they are not free to talk about their mental health issues within the South Asian community. I've heard about young women not being able to speak about their traumas or not being allowed to speak about their traumas within our community. I've heard about the demeaning of other religious groups or of other caste groups. And all of this is also going on under the label of maintaining cultural heritage. This, believe me, this is hard for me to say as a person who's from the same background. To hear this has been very sobering, and it has made me think much more about who we are as a community and what we ought to be doing. So on the one hand, we have this nostalgia, right? We want to recreate the things, the wonderful things that make up our history and our cultural background. We want to give it to our children and to the coming generations. We want it to be maintained. But what I'm also learning is that this nostalgia can sometimes mean that we are bringing up our children in the ways that we were brought up 30, 40, 50 years ago in India. That India and the India we have now are not the same. And our children are not growing up in India, they're growing up in Canada. And that makes it very, very different. What I'm saying is that culture, when you define the word culture, change is a big part of it. Cultures are very, very dynamic, and we make up culture as we go along. So for this reason, maybe we have to think again what cultural heritage is, what culture is, and what we are doing with the nostalgia for some previous time in the past. We know that there are so many philosophical traditions within Hinduism, and by talking about Hinduism, I'm not trying to exclude other religions. I'm simply talking on the basis of the background that I have and my research so far. We know that there are lots of philosophical traditions within Hinduism. There's an entire category of Sanskrit literature called Brahman Shastra, and it spans almost 20 centuries, and it's carried out in texts that belong to different schools of philosophy, and it has a very strong tradition within. So it shows that there has always been a very strong tradition within Hinduism. One, of different ways of thinking about the same thing, and two, of arguing hard. So philosophical argument has always been part of our background. And what I'm saying is that, and then we have concepts like Swadharma, right? If Dharma, then Swadharma, right? What is the conduct that is right for your position? What is the conduct that's right for your situation, your context, where you are? So there is, and then when you look at Dharma or code or conduct within this framework, you can find out that, there is no single information, time, food, soil that is moral or good for all persons every day. So this is within even Hinduism has that very strong idea of contextualizing whatever you are doing. You have to be very aware of where you are and what you're doing, and after that you have to decide what you want to do, right? With your children, what you want to teach them, and so on. So there's a Sri Lankan American anthropologist of Watts called Vanity Mannion, who says very clearly that for a person in South Asia, life is about a constant search for compatibility and for equilibrium within the context of the environment that they are. So what I'm saying is that, I know we value this heritage. We love it. We have so much respect for it, and it should be transmitted from one generation to the other and horizontally. But we have to also tune into our children and make them listen to, we have to tune in and listen to what they're trying to say. Some of the things they may tell us, they surprise us. And perhaps it's, it's our responsibility to be paying attention to what they're saying. And think of ways where we can bring our cultural heritage and mingle it in a constructive and beautiful way with these young people and the ways in which they are thinking and So I would like to end with something that one of the mothers in my study said. She said to me, and she had lived in the West for 30 years, and she said, I feel like I don't belong anywhere. She said, I have this connection with my cultural heritage, and I value it, and I love it, and I share it with my children. But I've lived here for so many years. I think differently in lots of different ways. And she said, and then when I go back to India, I feel, oh my God, I've changed. And she said, I always try to grasp good things from my culture, and I keep them alive. And they're important for my children. And I go from there. I teach it to my children. But I also want to remember that my children are growing up here, and I must listen to them. Even sometimes I don't like what I hear from them. And I'd like to end on that and say that, I'm really happy to be here, and I know that these events like this have an enormous function. They have a huge gap to fill for the community, for the South Asian community here. The only thing we have to do is to make sure that we're listening to our young children too. And if we do both of those things, I think that they will have the two things that matter the most in life. They will have roots, and they will also have dates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for such an inspiring keynote address. Once again, thank you, Dr. At this time, I would like to invite the awardees to the stage, please. Srimati Bala Narasimhan. While they get on the stage, I'd also like to invite Dr. Mr. Lodge to have, he'd like to speak for 2 minutes. And I would also like to request Mr. Sukumar.
आप सबको प्रेम और सत्कार के साथ नमस्ते. I didn't come here to speak, I came to listen, but something came in my mind. I requested Dr. Lakshman in 90 seconds. Dr. Lee, thank you so much. I have never heard, Madam, I have never heard a lecture like yours in my life. I think I learned 5 new things from you today. I was listening very carefully. I think there should be more and more lectures like that. And thank you for coming. This institution, my friends, is great. It's a great institution. I am attracted to this because of authentic knowledge, lectures like this, peace and friendship. I think we need programs like this. And I always say, whenever I speak, these programs and this culture is alive because of the sacrifice of one individual. The greatest guru of all time was Adi Shankar. If he didn't do it, if he did not sacrifice his life, we all would be Shunyavadi and Bodhi. The reason we are here because of his sacrifice. And I stress this every time I speak, that we should always remember our greatest guru, Adi Shankaracharya. I had the opportunity and good fortune of meeting 2 Guruji. Senior Guruji at Shingeri, I sat with Guruji for 1 hour and did the puja, and Kanchipuram Guruji for 1 hour in Hyderabad. So I think our culture is great. I think more and more things like this are needed. And this is a great institution and the leadership of Dr. Lakshman and all the board members. I like them all. I like this. And I like your lecture. I want to hear more on the subject. Thank you so much.
What a distinguished stage we have today. The Vidya Bharati Kala Awards are prestigious honors given to recognize and celebrate excellence in the field of arts and culture. These awards aim to acknowledge the contributions of individuals and groups who have demonstrated outstanding talent, creativity, and dedication in various artistic disciplines, such as music, dance, and organizational skills of the South Asian cultural arts. The awards serve multiple purposes. Recognition of talent. By highlighting exceptional artists, the awards aim to provide them with the acknowledgement they deserve for their hard work and skill. Cultural preservation. The awards play a crucial role in preserving and promoting traditional art forms, which are a significant part of our cultural heritage. This helps ensure that these traditions continue to thrive, and most importantly, the inspiration for the next generation. By honoring accomplished artists, organizations, and community individuals, the Vidya Bharati Kala Awards inspire young and upcoming artists to pursue their passions and strive for excellence. Overall, the Vidya Bharati Canada Kala Awards are a celebration of artistic achievements that foster cultural continuity, innovation, and inspiration. The Vidya Bharati Kala Awards hold even greater significance as they are generously endowed by Mrs. Sharda Lakshman and the family of the late Mrs. Sheila Sukuman. This endowment reflects the deep commitment of these families to the arts and their enduring belief in the power of culture to shape, inspire, and uplift society. Mrs. Sharda Lakshmanan, known for her passion for the preservation of traditional art forms, along with Dr. Lakshmanan, are strong supporters of the cultural arts here in Toronto. From the basement concerts they hosted to the numerous events they have generously sponsored, they feel that music and dance brings the community together. Similarly, the late Mrs. Sheila Sukumar, herself a lover of the arts, believed deeply in the importance of supporting and nurturing artistic talent. Mrs. Sheila Sukumar worked as an accountant along with her husband, Mr. Ganesh Sukumar, served as a passionate volunteer in various fields, such as assisting seniors, fundraising efforts, and conducting food festivals, and most importantly, supporting various hospitals and cultural organizations. These two families are examples of how they remain deeply connected to their roots, while actively contributing to the well-being of their local community. This endowment is a fitting tribute to the memory and the values they hold dear. Their generous endowment will not only help honor today's artists, but also provide a lasting foundation for the future, inspiring countless individuals to pursue their creative passions. We express our heartfelt gratitude to both families for their unwavering support and for making the Vidya Bharati Awards a celebration of not just artistic talent, but cultural legacy and generosity. So I will begin with the first awardee for the Vidya Bharati Canada Music Awards. Our first awardee today is Srimati Bala Nursi. As Bala Nursi to students and friends alike, there isn't an artist or community member that doesn't know her here in North America. A teacher that both Toronto and Ottawa claim as their own. She has been instrumental in guiding and teaching numerous performers over the last several decades. Hailing from a family where classical music was more of a passion and hobby, Mrs. Bala Nursi has had the privilege of being nourished in a musical environment from her very early childhood. She had the good fortune of learning classical music from Sri Calcutta Vaidyanatha Bhagavatar and Sri Calcutta K.S. Krishnamurti in particular. Her love for music found expression in learning bhajans from Mrs. Lakshmi Krishnamurti and Mrs. Akila Narayan Swami, opening the doors to spirituality through music. She dedicates most of her time teaching classical, Carnatic, and devotional music to adults and children. Mrs. Nurseman resides in Ottawa, Canada, but many of her students now reside in the United States and across the world. I must profess my heartfelt thanks, proudness, and sheer awe for our own Bala Mami, making the trip all the way from Ottawa today to share time with us. Canada Music Award endowed by Srimati Sharda. Our next awardee today is Sri Gauri Shankar Balajan. Sri Gauri Shankar is a very good friend of mine and of the Bharati Glamour. Sri Gauri Shankar is a Mridangam artist and teacher who has been teaching and performing in Toronto for over 40 years. He is the director of Layamadura Percussive Arts Center, Canada, and has taught Mridangam to hundreds of students. And when I mean hundreds, hundreds. He has conducted successfully many Mridangam engagements to students who are now qualified teachers themselves and performing artists. And they continue that tradition moving forward. Sri Gauri Shankar is a regular fixture and highly sought after artist for many visiting artists throughout North America. In fact, he's our Asthana Vidwan here at SCBF and Bharati Glamour. He's a stickler for perfection Sorry. He's deep and but deeply rooted in the percussive arts. He's the prime disciple of Sangeeta Kalavari, Thiruvarum Sri Bhaktavatsalam, and Sri Gauri Shankar maintains the traditional art of Mridangam with sincerity and adherence to his school's body. He is very calm and quiet in conversation, but when it comes to performance, he is known to cause a storm, and I myself have personal experience. We are honored to present the Vidya Bharati Canada Music Award endowed in the name of Srimati Sheila Surma. Our next recipient is Sri Kishore Kulkarni. Kishore Kulkarni has studied under the able guidance of late Pandit Atangari Taranath Rao of Mumbai, and who was an exponent of Farrukhabad Gharana. Sri Kishore started playing tabla at a tender age of 4 and has accompanied many and started performing at the age of 4. His guru groomed him into a polished tabla accompanist and soloist. During his extensive stay in Doha, Sri Kishore has accompanied many leading singers and orchestras, including local visiting artists. In addition to being an excellent tabla accompanist, he has also played with many visiting Kathak dancers from India. We are honored to present the Vidya Bharati Canada Music Award to Sri Kishore Kulkarni. This time, I'm going to present the mic to Srimati Bala Narasimhan and Sri Gauri Shankar if they'd like to say.
Can't see her. Okay, I'll hold the mic. Okay, come here in the center. She'd like to stand. Okay.
Sorry. SPBF from Singing. But what is honoring me with this prestigious award? Like this is the feeling of the Almighty, which I humbly accepted. I've never done this talk before. This is the first and last time. I offer my pranams to all my gurus of music and bhajans. My bhajan teachers, Mrs. Akhilan Swami of Trichy, who is running a matriculation school, and late Mrs. Lakshmi Krishnamurthy of Irvine. I've been learning from them for the last 50+ years. And it was my blessing that I came in contact with them. But it became more of a passion. I am grateful to my parents, husband, family, my brother particularly, Snardan of Bombay, and my nephew, CM Venkat of Austin. They have helped me and guided me in my journey. I came to Toronto and my daughter wanted me to teach music and bhajans. Of course, approved by my husband. I thank Shanta Krishnamurthy for introducing me to the community. And I have to thank late P.S. Narayan and Vidya Narayan, who had their house open for bhajans to be held and other activities as well. Thank you, Mrs. Smallbread, to acknowledge my gratitude. Vidya Narayan. I also have to remember the Pashupati and Jaya Pashupati, how I have interacted with them in a number of ways. When I moved to Ottawa in 1905, I missed Bharati Kalamandir. A number of concerts, all the concerts I have attended, enjoyed. And it is a learning and experience. Arriving in Ottawa, to Vijaya Venkatesh Manar and my friend, late Manjuma, who wanted me to start teaching bhajans and music. Late Savna Nadu, she opened her house basement for all the weekly bhajans till 21. More than 23 years we had bhajan day. And later on it was all conducted on Zoom, initiated by Madhu Padmanabhan and assisted by Ramya Krishnan. Then I cannot forget Natana Ali, who not only started the kids' bhajan in Ottawa, she was responsible for bringing out all Sarada Mandi bhajans on CDs for posterity sake. I am very grateful for that. Lastly, I am very humbled by the love and affection showered on me by other friends who encouraged me to do what I am doing now. Continue to do that. So thank you all very much. And of course, the award that I'm getting today is for all of them and all the students who have been taught. Thank you all very much. Kandan Shayal Andro. அதை சிந்தித்து உணராயோ யாவும் கந்தன் செய்யலாம். Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't really prepare anything because I didn't expect that Karthik will call me to give a speech. But anyway, Mr. President Karthik Venkataraman, respected members of Bharati Kalamandir, Dr. Lakshmana, respected members of SPPF, and respected teachers here, musicians, and everyone. Good morning and namaskar to all of you. When it comes to performing, I do well. When it comes to teaching, I do well. When it comes to speaking, I don't do justice because I'm not a speaker. Yeah, I'm sharing right now. But I try to do my best, but I'm going to speak very brief. I'd like to sincerely thank Bharati Kalamandalam and SPBF for recognizing me and giving this great honor to me, this prestigious award. Thank you so much for that. I owe all my credit to my parents who are no more here. And I would like to thank my wife who supported me all throughout, and my guru who made me a musician. And because of him, I'm standing here right now. And on behalf of Lion Madhura, all my students, I would like to thank the Karthik and team, and Dr. Lakshman for giving this award for me. Thank you again.
दक्षिणास्य समारब्धा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता स्मर्या गुरुपरम्परा श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानामालयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम्. I thought it was my prime duty to remember all the gurus in the parampara, my parents, our Kuladevatas and our ancestors. And I'm thankful to all the three organizations. Sringeri Vidya Bharati, we always call it as VIDYA, Sringeri Vidya Bharati Foundation, Bharati Kalamandalam, and also Sangeet Bharati Indian Classical Music for inviting me to accept this today. I don't know how much I deserve that, but probably I'll have to check with my wife after going home. But thanks to my wife also for encouraging me throughout our life for the music activities that we have been attending. And of course, my guru, my parents for encouraging right from childhood. And also, earlier speaker, when she spoke about different cultures, we have been witnessing at least three types of cultures. The richest was in India, then we were in the Middle East for some time, and we are here in Canada for the last few years. When I say richest means by any standards and all means, it's the richest culture. And I have expressed that whenever and wherever I work. I worked in the police department in the Middle East, speak very fluent Arabic, but there also I experienced a lot of people were meeting me at least once a week or once in 2 weeks, you know, for what reason, right? They first ask you, what's your religion? Okay, why don't you become like this kind of thing, without naming it. And he is the one who gives the strength to withstand those kind of things. And after coming here, nothing like that. But it's a different culture. And as she rightly pointed out, she's a psychologist, she has been doing a lot of studies, but then I'm sure we all experience that. And it's 100% or 150%, we'll agree with that, that everywhere we go, we have those kind of, experiences. How and when and why it happens, nobody knows. And why it's going to happen, but then I only know one thing: they give us the strength to withstand that mentally and to answer them in the right way. And I think the DNA that we all carry from Southeast Asia gives us a lot of strength to answer those questions and satisfy their queries. Here also one thing comes to my mind, as simple as our languages in India, so many different languages that we speak in India, but the script, the Devanagari, how scientific it is. That's what I have been telling even Arabs and also people here who are of mixed community. I mean, nobody is of a particular community, here it's a mixed country of immigrants. But then I also tell them that say, it comes from only one part, Kantasta. This is what, not Kantasta, Kantavya. So how scientific, everything that is coming from India, and I make it very clear, non-claimer kind of thing. I don't say that because I was born and raised in India, but I'm so lucky to have been born in the community that I was born and having born in India. And with that, to namaskar again to Shankaracharya and all the Guru Parampara. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
I forgot to mention the past president of Bharati Glama, Sri Tyagarajan, who is being honored today. He is also attending on Zoom, the technology that we've been dealing with. So I will ask Sri Vinayak to continue his service.
Thank you, Karthik. It's my privilege to introduce the next awardee, Sri Tyagarajan, for the Vidya Bharati Canada Kala Seva Award. Tyagarajan has worked with a lot of cultural organizations in North America as well as abroad over the years. Before migrating to Canada, he was the president of Indian organization in Kenya. Sri Tyagarajan is a very deeply involved person with the community and worked hard raising funds when countries were affected by tsunami. He's the president of Bharati Kalamandram, a premium cultural organization in existence for over 43 years and above. A very passionate individual in everything that he does. Tyagarajan worked very closely with the Sringeri Vidya Bharati Foundation since its inception. An engineer by profession, he is the vice president and country head of Canada for the large global organization. Sri Tyagarajan is married with Chitraji, who again is a very active volunteer at SVBF. This wonderful couple have a daughter, Dr. Aarti, married to Dr. Venkat, and son Ajay. Congratulations, Sri Tyagarajan ji. We are honoring you from here to there. Please accept that.
But you are a trustee, president here in SVBI. So you truly belong to both organizations, and Vinayak Hegde is behind me. You represent the whole community, and we are very blessed that you are a champion of our community leader. Make sure that you get your passport and come back to Canada soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing the honor. I request the Tyagarajan ji to say a few words, please. The stage is yours, please go ahead. Tyagi ji, are you able to hear us? Okay, we'll come back to you after. So in the meantime, you can be prepared. Our next dignitary to receive the award is Dr. Alakananda for the Vidya Bharati Canada Dance Award. Dr. Alakananda is an artist with a unique combination of expertise in Bharatanatyam, classical dance, Carnatic vocal music, and Sanskrit literature. These have been the stepping stone for Dr. Alakananda to practice and impart these ancient traditional fine arts to tread the spiritual path by keeping bhakti, the devotion, as a primary and pivotal incentive. Topics for her dance dramas are always unique, thought-provoking, and very educative. Her spiritual discourses with in-depth insight to scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Lalita Sahasranama, Vishnu Sahasranama, works of Adi Shankaracharya like Saundarya Lahari, Shivananda Lahari, Brahma Jnanavali, Nirvana Shaka, Shankara Stotra, Mala have won hearts of many devotees. Congratulations, Dr. Alakarandaji, and thank you for that. Our next recipient for Vidya Bharati Canada Dance Award is Srimati Prabha Raghavanji. Prabhaji is the founder and artistic director of Sri Sanskriti Dance Academy, has been teaching, performing the art of Bharatanatyam for over 4 decades. She is the recipient of the prestigious title Singaramani at the All India level. An acclaimed artist, Prabhaji has performed as a soloist and in group recitals in India, the Middle East, and Canada. Prabhaji has trained in Tanjavur style under Kalaimamani Guru Mahalingam Pillai at the Sri Rajarajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kala Mandir, Mumbai. Her initial training started at the age of 4 under her mother, Srimati Jayalakshmi Subramanian. She has also been privileged to take intensive workshops and training with Sri C.V. Chandrasekhar and Srimati Kalanidhi Narayan, to name a few. Prabhaji has conducted lecture demonstrations for various institutions in India and Canada. She has had the honor of judging various dance and music competitions across the GTA, including TVI's Nandana Taragai, Raga Sangamam, Panorama India Idol concerts. Through Sri Sanskriti Dance Academy, Prabhaji has successfully launched several of its senior students through solo debuts or arangetrams and presented many successful mega dance productions that have been very well received. A strong believer in classical tradition, Prabhaji has truly carved a niche for herself through exceptional choreography. Congratulations and thank you, Prabhaji.
Only one request. Pudu stage எல்லாம் வந்தாச்சு. We want you to bring more arangetams here. So this will be a competition for medal or wedding. So there are more programs here. You all listen to see from Tirunelveli. Where is the guy? Where is he? Oh, so Ketugoppa. இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம்லாம் இங்கே தான். Okay?
Would either of you like to say a few words? Beauty of technology, right? All right, we're running short on time. We will, we'll get his statements afterwards.
I sincerely thank all the three organizations for recognizing and awarding such a wonderful award for me. Only thing is, I didn't know that I have to talk after receiving the award. Mama, my duty is to dance, 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 sing, 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 talk, 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 but not after receiving what to talk. I really don't know. Because my duty is to serve and dance, sing. Receiving award makes me so humble and very shy. On what basis I am recognized, I really don't know. However, I see that more responsibility is on my shoulders now to behave myself and do the good to the community. So, I accept. Thank you, Bharati Dalakata, SPBS and Sangeeta Bharati Academy for honoring all of us to be here. And I'm really privileged to get this award with all these distinguished artists here. I don't know if I'm worthy, but I really feel privileged and very touched, and like Alakananda just said, it's very overwhelming. I really don't know what to say, but thank you, and we must appreciate this young gentleman Karthik here. He's doing such a wonderful job with Bharati Kalamanda. He's definitely thank you so much for all your kindness. Yes, I will try and do my best in this dance field. This has been my passion, and thanks to my mom and my Guruji, and of course my family. I'm here today. It's my passion has led me to do this and continue this beautiful cultural art in this country. And very proud of all my students, thanks to whom I'm here also today. So thank you all very much, and thank you once again. Thank you for sharing the stage with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As you know, we are running a little behind. Therefore, we'll ask Vidyadhara to send his thank you note through the mailing list. At this time, I would once again like to thank Sri Lakshmanan, Srimati Sharda Lakshmanan, the late Srimati Sheila Sugmar and Mr. Sugmar for endowing these awards. It's with these families and their support that we can do these functions and honor these great artists, organizers, and people today. So once again, thank you. With this, I'm going to request Priya that you might just move yours to after lunch, if you don't mind, just to get started. So thank you, everyone. At this time, we will begin the panel sessions. We will begin with the first panel. While the dignitaries leave the stage, just in the interest of time, I'll just quickly talk about the panel session so that everyone understands what the format will be. The panel session will consist of an engaging open discussion led by the moderator and panelists, aimed at fostering insightful conversations on art and culture. The session will last for 30 minutes. To ensure a smooth and productive discussion, the following rules will be observed. Time management. The session will last 30 minutes in total. The moderator will provide 2 minutes introduction at the beginning to frame the discussion. Each panelist will have 2 to 3 minutes to share their initial thoughts and in response to the moderator's opening question. The remaining 20 minutes will be an open discussion between the panelists moderated to maintain focus and direction. A 2-minute closing statement from the moderator will conclude the session. There will also be audience involvement at this time, if time permits. What we would like to ensure is that we have diverse viewpoints from the panelists and a respectful dialogue between different opinions. While the discussion is open, panelists should aim to stay on the core theme of the session and avoid digressing into unrelated topics. If time permits, the moderator may invite 1 or 2 quick questions from the audience. By adhering to these guidelines, we hope to create a meaningful, respectful, and enriching dialogue that reflects the spirit of the Vidya Bharati class. So the first panel session, I invite the moderator, Lavanya Krishnan, the panelists, Geeta Joshi, Anandi Srinivasan, and Ramya Krishnan. Anandi Narayanan and Ramya Krishnan. Oh, I think we have Tyagarajan uncle ready to speak.
Award. And getting this award is just a reminder today, saying that carry on with what you are doing and help society the way you can help it. This is what I think this award means, and I dedicate this award to all my wonderful, wonderful volunteers who are working very hard to make every program a success at Vidya Bharati Foundation. As our chairman said, now the hall is ready for all the teachers. Please use the hall. This is very, very important so that this art form progresses in a very big way. And I'm also thankful to all the people who organized this so well. The panelists you will be hearing have done, a great job with the moderator. And it's going to be a success, and this success will carry on in the years to come. And I was also very happy to hear Dr. Hema from the University of Toronto reminding us all about what the university is doing to promote this art form. Again, I'm thankful to everybody, and let us all work together to keep this art form flourishing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sri. At this time, our previous recipient of the Vidya Bharati Kala Award, Sangeet Vidwan Srimati Taradevi Mitra Deva, would like to honor Srimati Bala Narasimhan. On behalf of all the music teachers that she represents and schools here in Toronto, Taradevi Mitradeva has been a supporter of the arts here in Toronto, and she was a recipient of the Vidya Bharati Club Music Awards last year.
Senior person. I'm pretty sure she's not in Toronto. Are you in Toronto? Ottawa. So when I heard that she's receiving this award, I immediately thought on behalf of all the musicians, speakers, and the Bharati Kala team, I would like to honor Balamani. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you. Thank you to all the awardees. We will now begin the panel session. The first panel is a tribute to Balamani. This is about developing interest in classical arts at a young age. The moderator is Lavanya Krishnan. The panelists are Geeta Joshi, Anandi Narayanan, and Ramya Krishnan. And if there are others who would like to ask questions, put your hand up when the audience involved. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming out today. I know there are multiple events happening, so we genuinely appreciate you sharing your Sunday morning with us and for encouraging discussion. With the limited time we have in general, I will keep the questions short and I will encourage participation from the panelists as well as audience questions as we move into it. So that being said, a little introduction. All of us are students of Balamami, and some of us have been students for a few decades. And since the topic is developing interest in classical arts at a young age, I just wanted to draw upon a couple of points before we start. And one is that when we were learning from Balamami back in the 80s and the 90s, we did not have the kind of technology and the other options available to children these days. And a lot of the learning and a lot of the interest happened very organically. We were attending concerts, we were singing in basements on weekends, we were putting on some little cultural programs just on our own. We didn't have YouTube, we didn't have TikTok, we didn't have Instagram, we didn't have a December schedule of all the young artists, young musicians every year. So starting with that, things have changed quite a bit since then. So my first question is about engagement strategies. What innovative strategies have you found effective in engaging young audiences with classical arts? And feel free to draw upon your own experiences with your children and students that you might have. Responses about 1.5 minutes each, so no pressure. Innovative strategies, whatever that, however you interpret that to be, that's not working for you.
I think it really depends on the child or the children that you're trying to really motivate, but what I see, I guess, working is actually just drawing them out first, right? So I think in our generation, we were very lucky that our parents curated these environments for us to actively participate. I actually see that dwindling. It's a little saddening that it's dwindling in the current generation. So right now it's about drawing them out. And when you draw them out in their context, in their world, it becomes exciting for them. I know at VIDYA, I don't know if it still happens, but there was a youth program that used to happen in the summers, and that was, I think, a phenomenal way to draw out some of the youth. My son got to participate. Fortunately, my daughter didn't because of COVID. But that was a way of connecting the youth to each other. Once they connect with each other, they become friends. My daughter got to participate with me at a dance event in Michigan. She got to meet another fellow artist, Leia. They got to connect with each other. And that draws, in my opinion, that way of connecting the youth into the next generation. I don't know that it's highly innovative. I think that we have to find actually ways at this point to make them excited about classical art. Make it seem as cool as Bollywood, as cool as Hollywood, because that's what everyone seems to be drawn to. But I think it's way more exciting than all of those things, because those things, the foundation of those things, live within the classical arts. And I don't think we've done a good enough job about bringing that excitement forward. And it's upon us, actually, to start doing that again. You run it?
So drawing on the same kind of themes, kids like to do what their friends are doing. I think the keynote speaker earlier mentioned that when you're at home, you may not really have be able to foster that identity in yourself, especially being an NRI living here. But when you go to other events, when you go to body art classes, you meet people like yourself who are maybe interested in the same things. That can help a lot. So maybe not very innovative, but we can find newer ways to do those things. So something that SECA, which is South Indian Cultural Association in Ottawa, did this year is we tried to organize an informal jam session with like senior music students in Ottawa and Montreal. Just a way for us to get together and just sing informally, try a few things. And so I think events where we try to get people together, people who have similar interests, that can also foster that interest in younger generations as well.
Drawing on all of that, I just want to talk about from the perspective of seeing kids growing up in schools, knowing what we experienced in schools, not necessarily wanting to share our culture with our classmates, being a little embarrassed about what our culture meant. It was something we did on Sundays. It was something we practiced after school. It was something we practiced. We went to class once a week. And yes, our parents worked tirelessly to curate these opportunities for us to perform, which was something invaluable. We all recognize that as you grow up, you know all these things from your childhood. But what I'm seeing now, my own kids and kids in school, if they can connect with kids, like was mentioned, that have similar interests as them, they are not as shy to show that that's part of their culture, to perform, present, talk about what they experience on the weekends, what they have learned. My own daughter, I just caught her the other day making a slideshow about Navratri and making up a slideshow about a performance that she performed in a cultural program back in the fall to share with her class. Her teachers are absolutely open to giving students those opportunities to share them with their classmates, to bring a little bit more awareness. I, for example, did an Asian Heritage Assembly at school, and I have never in my life done this. I sang a Tilala at the end of this assembly. And the following, I've never sung in school, never ever talked about it in school. I sung as a teacher of 18 years, 20 years, and I sung a Tilala. And the following year, a South Indian girl came and said, when you do this assembly, can I sing next year? And I thought, oh, great. It went beyond Bollywood because that is what is cool, that is what is the next, that is what the kids know, that is, but more and more, I'm seeing in my school anyway, a few more South Indians, and that was something so touching to me because I helped foster that, and we need to curate those, and when they see that it's more accepted and people appreciate, they will involve themselves.
Thank you. That's great to know that how it's catching fire in some ways. Moving on to the next question, it has to do with the role of technology. When we had performances, when we were growing up, there were music performances, dance performances. We used to attend the concerts, and I remember, as many of you might, a row of us sitting in the front row or the second or third row with books. We used to write down the pieces that the performer would sing or play, details about the performance, like the ragam and the swati and the composer, and then we would have a conversation about it with our teacher after when we had classes. Do you, with the advent of technology and concerts being streamed, dance performances being streamed live, it is not that popular that we see kids come to live events. Do you see, or rather be very specific, in what ways can technology enhance the experience of classical arts for younger generations? Bit of a loaded question.
Well, obviously, it makes our world a global village. They have access to all this music. They're hearing performers perform, however, whenever they want. Like you said, we're seeing a dwindling attendance in live concerts. So I think it's a bit of a balance. Yes, listen to that kacheri. Yes, talk about it. Maybe the teachers who are teaching these students can talk about those kacheris, as well as when we were kids, talk about what kacheris are happening and have a little bit of an expectation for them to attend. And we can balance that a little bit, so they're doing a little bit of both. Because there is nothing that compares to attending a kacheri live.
Well, let's be really clear. We took notes because Balamani tested us afterwards. It wasn't because we volunteered, we were going to be in trouble. Okay. But I think exactly what Gita said, it's a bit of a strike of a balance. So I think it's wonderful. You have Zoom, you can do things like people are doing with Sasvini Sampradaya, right? Where you're having these marvelous teachers all over the world being able to curate music and dance for participants from every single place in the world. So I think that's wonderful. But there is nothing like face-to-face human connection. And we have to make sure we keep creating that face-to-face human connection, largely because of even what Ramya said, is that's where you're gonna meet your friends. And also, let's be honest, that's where we all met each other after budgets, sitting on my bed, talking about who knows what we were talking about, right? It's those relationships that have allowed us to nurture these friendships for so many years later. So I think we do have to make a larger effort, bring kids, bring the next generation, continue to see the live music, and then allow for that expansion through the digital media.
So I come at it from a slightly different angle. So having spent most of my life in Ottawa, which is a smaller city, has less access to concerts and opportunities that you might in the GTA. So I think the online concerts on YouTube have really given students in more remote areas the opportunities to see professional artists, see what a concert is like. And then when we do have concerts in person, it's like a rare opportunity for them to experience that live. So it's like a novelty, something they shouldn't miss. And there are other ways to use technology to engage today. Social media is a big thing. So most artists now have Instagram pages, Facebook pages, and I'll say that I recently followed the Cleveland Aradna's Instagram page, and they have really entertaining posts.
I happen to know the person who is in charge of that, and she's done a really good job, so yes. She drives engagement quite a bit.
I've shared that with some of the dancers in Ottawa, and they love it. So there's ways that we can take advantage of some things that you might perceive as a disadvantage in other ways, like draw attention to school and other things, but you can also use it.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is probably our final question, because I see a lot of discussion happening with this. It's about parent and community involvement. What role do parents and the community play in fostering an appreciation for classical arts among youth? Whoever wants to go first.
I can start. So a big thing for me was listening to music at home, listening to all kinds of music as well. I think if you create that environment at home, you have music on all the time, you go to concerts with your kids, that it takes a while, but slowly over the years, something will eventually get in. And so I think that was the biggest thing for me.
I think, yeah, it's the same. You bring it at home, you start it at home, and then the community allows you to scale it. My kids, every time, even this week when we were practicing the extra lecture, both of my kids started singing from different parts of the house and correcting me also from different parts of the house. But that's great, because afterwards they both said to me, that was really lovely. I need to go back and listen to a little bit more classical music. And then it's creating the environment for them to show up, because that's where we get to scale that interest and then build the friendships and nurture it.
We need to have these events curated as they work for us. Bottom line, opportunity, and they need to come up. We listen at home, like you said, we all listen at home. The kids start, oh, I recognize that song sounds like this one. I know, so you see that interest, and when you see that, you need to move on it. I'm guilty of not moving on it necessarily quickly enough, probably, but we need to bring forth that interest and cultivate it through people.
And that wraps up the panel discussion. I'd like to open it up now to the audience for any questions, any comments, anything you would like to add, anything you would like to share, anything you'd like to ask, and feel free. Okay, so.
I'd just like to add one comment about technology. Our dear mommy at age 92 is using technology to teach me budgets here in Toronto. And that is giving opportunity in such a beautiful way and building connections. Mommy has curated a beautiful bhajan group that meets every Tuesday. And I had the privilege of joining it and making new friends like Ramya and her father Krishnan. And so Mommy, after all of these years, is still building this community, sharing the gift of music, and making connections for all of us. And for that, we're very grateful. So thank you so much, Mommy.
Anybody else? Questions?
I have one comment.
Yes.
This is on behalf of my wife, Shalva. She was not your student, but she learned so much from you, from your recordings and bhajans and listening to from the book that you wrote. And she wanted to say thank you, Mommy, very much for leading.
Any other questions? Yes. That was beautiful feedback. I just want to add a comment to it that as parents, a lot of times we copy what our parents did, we do with our kids, and we hope those things work. And I think a lot of those things work, you just don't see the results right away. So I think it's cool to do some of the things your parents did blindly. And it will work, it will have impact later, even though we don't see it now.
That's a really good point. I'd just like to add that while I started learning music from the age of 6, I didn't really get into it until I was 13. I mean, I used to go to class because I went to class. And at some point, 13 or 14, it clicked. So, yeah, one more comment.
We parents of first generation are trying to feed our children and future generation the pure form of our classical arts. But our children, they are exposed to the other cultures. Now they are making by the name of fusion. So, the extreme situation I saw on net that the song Enna Pani Enna Yene can be sung like K.P. Sundarambal and a young girl from France performing on a rock stage. So we are trying to maintain the purity of our origins, but the younger generation being exposed to the international community, they are grasping our traditions at the same time. They are mixing and diluting and making a way to lose the originality and purity of our culture. So how can we prevent this one?
I'll speak to that one because it's quite interesting. We actually have a panel session discussing about fusion music. So we'll keep that comment for discussion. Hopefully you'll be around to discuss that then, because that is a key topic we're talking about. I think there was one more comment here, and then we will close this panel.
Hi everyone, awesome panel. I just wanted to add one quick thing. I think for developing interest in this community, I do think the parents play a more important role than the gurus initially. My guru is actually here herself, so I was just telling him, I think the parents, and the key word for parents is consistency. I think being consistent with their child, lack of excuses. Anyone who knows me or my family will definitely know my father as a byproduct because he invested a lot of time. I think one thing I'd be interested to hear more about is how the role of a parent can change from our parents to parents of today. Because I think that role and the style of approaching it may be different. So I'm definitely curious to hear more about that as well too. Thank you. It was an awesome session.
Thank you very much.
I'll take maybe I'll try to do it in 30 seconds or less so that anybody else can answer as well. What I think actually one of the things my parents did, which was very special, and I tried to imbibe the same thing with my children, was an openness. So I learned Bharatanatyam growing up, and I learned Carnatic music growing up, and I learned bhajan growing up. But none of these were forced upon me. Actually, my mom put me in ballet class before she put me in Bharatanatyam class. And I came home and I said, "You're wasting money on me running around like a passive," because I didn't understand anything. But she also couldn't guide me differently. Then I saw a Bharatanatyam performance and I said, I want to do that. And she said, fabulous, I can explain about that, but understand that you're not performing on stage day one. You're going to be doing something else. It was also lead by example. I learned classical music. She went to classical music classes with Vasundhara Rajagopalan, and I watched her learning. And I said, I want to do what you're doing. And she said, sure, and joined me along. So none of this was forced upon us. Even my brother, he plays Bharatanatyam phenomenally, but none of this was forced upon us. It was actually just showed to us. And I try to do the same thing for my children, show you options, and then see maybe what might spark their curiosity.
Thank you.
And I also feel like what was said, consistency is key. When we grew up, practicing music every day was not an option. It had to fit into your schedule. That's it. Sunday was bhajans. No matter what. You have a project to do, there's the odd day maybe you have a test. Okay, then you missed bhajan. But Sunday was for bhajan. And that was it. You had to make your schedule go accordingly. Not, oh, we're not going to make it today. Sorry, we have this going on. Oh, sorry, we're not making it today. No, Sunday was bhajans. Tuesday for me was music class. Every day was practice. And that was not a choice. And kids these days may not like that. And parents these days are, I see it all the time. Just, okay, well then, okay, that's okay. We can no, we can't. Consistency. Not necessarily in our community, we're pretty strict on that kind of thing, but it happens that way, and consistency is the key.
So I'm going to be taking Geeta's word, consistency and staying on time. And so this panel is over.
Okay, I'll stop talking.
So we're going to go to the next one. So I just want everyone to recognize the involvement and how interesting these panel sessions are. So I really encourage, as we continue these sammelans, the whole idea is to get this community input, take it back and understand what's being said and reflected in our events and programs as we continue on. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank this panel. We have a few, actually we will do that, sorry for the time, try to keep it on time. I'm going to invite the next panel on stage. Thank you to Bharati, Geeta, and Nav. The next panel is on challenges Canadian children face taking up Indian class card. One was the developing interest. Now let's talk about the challenges. The moderator for this session is Srimati Akhila Balaji. She will be conducting the panel with the panelists of Mudra Bhatt, Subhadra Vijaykumar, Sridhara Madhyastha, and Ashwin Sundaran.
Yes, so namaskar to everybody. My name is Akhila Balaji, and I have my panelists. I will give a few seconds for them to introduce themselves. Quickly, thanks to SPPF, Sringevi, VIDYA Foundation, Bharati Kalamandalam, and Sangeeta Bharati for this opportunity. Congratulations to all the distinguished award winners, and welcome to my co-panelists and Akhila. So, quick word, my name is Subhadra Vijaykumar. I have been in Canada since 1990 with a mission to earn recognition for our Carnatic style of playing the Western violin. And I'm happy to say we recently had the opportunity to render the national anthems of Canada and the USA on April 2nd at the Raptors game. And I really feel pleased. Thank you for this opportunity to showcase our Carnatic violin. And my academy is called Radha Academy of Carnatic Violin, named after my late mother. And we have performed here right on the stage for various organizations, and including at the temple and at Sivasati Narayana temple and Guru Ayappan temple. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, SVPF for having me here. This is my first time being here, and thank you so much. I'm here actually on behalf of my mother. So my name is Mudra Badlakia, and I am a trained classical Bharatanatyam dancer, currently getting my Alankar. And my mother, Mrs. Kanan Bhatt, she's the one who started our dance school in Nritya Kala Mandir in Canada in 2001. And we have been teaching Bharatanatyam in the pure form, the two students in GTA. The only difference is that we have modified our margam a little in Sanskrit and Hindi from the original Tamil language. So we had a lot of students who are non-Tamilians. So everybody who has the language barrier, who's really wanted to learn the classical form. So we get a lot of Gujaratis and North Indians who want to learn the classical form. And we have been trying to keep the pure form of Bharatanatyam and pass it on to the next generation.
For having me on this panel. My name is Shidra Madhyasta. I've been playing tabla for some time, and I'm a Canadian student, so I'm on the panel. That's it, really. I am a first-year university student. I'm studying engineering and business at Western. I've been learning Lila under the tutelage of Shila Vidya Master for the last 13 plus years, and it's a great honor to be here. I can't wait to engage in the panel.
Thank you very much for joining me on this session today. This topic is for the students, so we have 2 students here. But as we say, Mata, Pita, Guru, we also have teachers here. The topic is challenges that the Canadian children face taking up Indian classical art form. So my first question will go to the students first. What are the challenges, biggest challenge? Name it, we can say 2 so that it doesn't get repeated. So 2 biggest challenges that we face.
I'd say the biggest challenge is definitely making it fit. Going to the school, I didn't really have many students at my school who engage in South Indian, Carnatic music, anything of the such. So whenever we go to class, I'm going to be like, what instrument do you play? Right? They'd say violin, viola, cello, bass, piano. And I just say drums. It's end of that, right? Because it's very hard to get into that discussion and feel like they would understand. But I've learned over time to overcome that sort of barrier and slowly but surely introduce South Indian music to my class. And now they've become more familiar as well.
I think he actually summed up the main challenge very well, which is kind of the lack of fitting in. I think for somebody who didn't grow up in much, like I guess in a city that there's not a lot of Indians, Indian classical music is kind of niche. So finding somebody is a little bit difficult. So even if there's other Indians around you, you're not really learning any classical music. I was lucky that Nakma was a family friend of ours and he was close to us and he taught me tabla. But outside of that, you want to learn something else, for instance, if there's no Bharatanatyam up in Bradford, Ontario, there's no Kathak dancers up in Bradford, Ontario. So another thing is just kind of getting exposure in a place where maybe learning guitar and piano is a lot more easier than playing tabla.
So exposure. So as a teacher, what do you feel as a dance teacher? So I get the question asked a lot, why Bharatanatyam? So there's a language barrier that kids have that I've seen, they don't understand a lot of times what, the basic mudras or things like that we would be using in class. And also the other thing is not just the language barrier, but also getting peers the same way, acceptance by the peers, because it is not as well known. Bharatanatyam is actually quite common now, at least in GTA, there's Bharatanatyam clubs. However, still, at least when I was in university, I used to face the challenge. Today, the day before yesterday, when we had a talk, I asked my students, do you still feel this, where you say, hi, I'm learning Bharatanatyam? Do you get the same, value or acceptance as, your peers saying, I learned ballet. And they said, no, we still face the problem of, oh, what is Bharatanatyam? Even though they have clubs and things, it's not the exact same value, even as of now.
Yeah, so when I heard I'm going to be a panelist and this is the subject, I took it very seriously and started working and doing my homework, and I spoke to my gurus and the elders here, and what they said is, here the environment is not there, first and foremost. Growing up, I grew up with Carnatic music nearly 24/7. It would start in the morning with Suprabhatam, or my dad would tune Hyderabad on a small little transistor radio, and we would listen to quality music, the ability to listen, identify ragas, and so on and so forth. That's completely lacking over here, unless it's created in the homes by the parents. And then when I spoke to one of the parents, same thing, what he said was, it's competing with so many other things that children want to do, right from sports to, other extracurricular activities. And sometimes I think it clashes with practice time for violin, which is a very difficult instrument like violin. So that was parents' perspective. And finally, when I asked one of my young students, he said the biggest challenge is it's so difficult, he says, the violin, getting the gamakas. And I persevere, I refuse to teach them in a certain way, because that's the way my first teacher taught me, that whatever you learn, it has to at least sound like a parnam, a song with gamakas. So we persist, and it's like progress at a snail's pace, but it's okay. I feel they would have learned something of value. So these are the challenges I find. And personally, the biggest challenge I face, and I hope the students can rectify, is not practicing. I have to cultivate a work ethic, have to create time for practice and be part of discipline. I refuse to accept that they don't have time, that they are distracted by different activities. If you've chosen to do something, do it properly.
Okay, so I hear exposure, values, opportunities, and time, right? So these are the challenges. Now, as teachers, because we have something to talk about parents' role, so let's not repeat that. But as teachers, how can you help? Let's start with the teachers, and if you guys have any opinion or your own ideas, let us know the students. So just repeat your question. So as gurus, teachers, how can you overcome or help overcome these challenges that the kids face?
Okay, so first of all, I started very idealistically that it has to come from within, let them develop the interest. And so I would never be super strict or hoping in time that they would, recognize why they've come to learn, if not the young ones, at least the adult students. And then I realized a certain amount of stick is needed, I think. So I started saying, you have to take it like your schoolwork. You have to do your homework. Show me what you learned the previous time. Record it and send it. And then sometimes I would play the music by the same song, by the stalwarts, to show them, hey, this is the same song that I have learned from my guru or from Krishnan sir, and this is exactly the same Sangatis I'm teaching you. Are you impressed? At least now, feeling impressed and inspired to practice. And creating for them more opportunities. I mean, recently one of the parents said, just don't have 1 or 2 annual recitals, but please have it maybe every 2 months, online even. So, they can practice it to perfection, showcase, what they have learned.
That's right. When there's a goal, people go after that.
As a teacher, so I'll be honest, so every year we start a new batch. I get only around 30% of the new batch that would be
there, so the kids that would be there, because they're interested in learning Bharatanatyam. The rest 70% is just because the parents push them and say, hey, no, you're gonna go learn this dance form. They have no idea why they're learning this dance form. And over the time, in 2-3 years, parents keep pushing, and then you see a switch that just turns, and the kids automatically enjoy the dance form. So over the years, what I've seen is, yes, the parents need to push. There's a cultural gap, which kids don't understand why they're pursuing Bharatanatyam or any classical dance form. So the parents have to say, hey, this is something you will do as part of activity, like swimming or taekwondo or whatever, just as an activity, enjoy. And then slowly they start adding up puzzle pieces so that it becomes, they fill up the cultural gaps. So for example, what I do in class is we do Bharatanatyam on bhajan. So we did Hanuman Chalisa. I got Bharatanatyam on Hanuman Chalisa. By the end of the dance that they learned, the kids, 6-year-old kids, were actually singing Hanuman Chalisa. And the parents, when they went home and, the grandkids, they're telling grandparents, hey, this is the song I've been learning that dance on. The acceptance they got with family, and then, the validation we got from the grandparents. I think that kind of boosted their morale to learn that this is, yes, they're learning something that is important and that has some value. And I think it takes a little time, but I think consistent practice. Also feeling more like a community when they're dancing with their peers. Okay, I feel that is one of the ways as a teacher.
As a student, you think that there's something that's lacking or needs to be taken up by teachers?
I don't know.
Okay, you both are very obedient.
I think the main thing is exposure, and teachers give exposure. You feel the interest that people once they perform. I was lucky to have that, so I continued to perform. And outside of that, I'm not a teacher, so I can't really speak much about that, but
so one of the things that I think that teachers have, like my teacher specifically, has helped us realize is that we are going to be the people who has to carry out the Carnatic music to the next generation, and the next generation continue the teachings that they gave to us. One of the best things that has happened to me is that my brother master has given me and some of my peers the opportunity to go teach some of the younger classes along with the supervision. So we get that experience and get that responsibility of passing on that knowledge. So we also know that this is what we need to do in the future as we continue to grow our technical skills and our performing ability. Our teaching ability also has to improve at the same rate, so we can share that knowledge. There's no point in us learning that music and having no one to continue it after we pass on.
That's very good. Sustaining the sampradaya is what is required. That's what we expect the future generations. So this leads to our last question. I was brought up by this saying all the time that learn arts for the art's sake, right? Learn music for music's sake. So performing and all comes later, right? Of course, all these are performing arts. We have to perform somewhere to, flourish the art too. But initially it starts with learn the art properly, right? And so, say for example, you guys have spent a lot of time, 13 years or 12 years learning. Have you ever tried playing Vrindavan or the tabla in your school talent show?
So I could talk about this. So my school, as I mentioned earlier, didn't have any real South Asian or that sort of musical presence. But my mom always told me, you should try bringing this to the school, So finally, in my grade 12 year of high school, I brought Tamil Heritage Month to our school. And me and my sister, we performed like a small sort of catching essentially. We showed some different types of Itis of Pinmana and Rotania as well. And it got people interested enough that later on in May, for the Asian Heritage Month, we played in front of the whole school and gave them a small showcase as well.
Very nice. Other kids listen to this and try to do something every year in your annual talent show, because this is what we need. That's one of the ways that we can spread our culture. There are 3 identities: personal identity, societal identity, and cultural identity, right? So cultural identity, how do we show just wearing a sari or putting bindi is not a cultural identity. Music, language is a cultural identity. So that we have to pass on, and also it's not just within the four walls of South Asian community. We have to spread this to the rest of the world. It has been we taught 40 years back, right? Lavanya and the team was here. Is there any change from that day to this day? Have you brought this to a wider audience where some whites also here? No, we have not, right? So when will that day come? So we'll talk in the next panel session too. But anything that we both want to see, tell as teachers? Arts for art's sake. Okay. I think you've got to be a very, very enlightened kind of a soul in order to be able to do that. With students, I mean, they need to, it's a performance class, right? They need to take it with equal importance with their studies. And for me, playing a song is equivalent of the exam, right? And playing in front of an audience is like the final exam or something, where you have to score 100%, literally. So when it's art for art's sake, maybe that concept can be used to give more of a theory lesson, so they understand, because I think kids are used to, in a classroom, to listening and knowing a lot. So maybe if they know more about Carnatic music, the theory, then that might motivate them to perform. Because in essence, my classes are always performance classes, but with the minimum of theory needed for that. But perhaps in that sense, you can bring in art for art's sake. And then if you want to speak about the children's engagement in mainstream, some of my students have taken the initiative in school or in the Ajax Community Center to go and perform. I think we have a bit of an advantage, violin being a Western instrument, and even for me, particularly in all the performances, because the mission to earn recognition, I guess I've been lucky that way in getting some of the opportunities. People are instantly curious that, hey, this is a Western instrument, identical, but with a fascinating 300-year-old history. And then from there flows performances, beginning with, say, Lotus Varams that Dikshita composed in order to help his brother Balaswami Dikshita acclimatize the Western violin. And so on and so on.
Well, so I would say yes and no to that phrase. Definitely learning I would say for Bharatanatyam, the dance form is such a beautiful dance form that you want to, learn it because you enjoy it, you want to perform it because, you enjoy it and it is beautiful to watch. However, there is always some agenda that comes with it, in the sense that for me, I would say that we use Bharatanatyam as a tool to pass on the value that we want to teach to our kids, in the sense that we want to teach them what, respecting elders needs or things like that. So there is something that we just goes with dancing as well. They don't just come and learn to dance, but they also learn a lot of more traditions and culture that goes along with it. I don't know if that
performing is one of the things that motivates.
Yes, right. The more they perform, and then that's when the fusion comes in. They don't want to just perform sometimes the pure Bharatanatyam, because that's not what their schoolmates want to do.
We have a topic on that coming up, so
but yeah, pretty much. So it's
Thank you very much. I think the outcome of this is there are challenges, but at the same time, those challenges have been there for even 40 years back. Those same challenges were there. They're not new challenges, right? Time management, opportunity, values, and exposure. I think these were the points that was raised. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Akhilaji and all the panelists. It was very interesting your discussions. So once again, thanks very much. We wish we had more time, but we are running a little bit behind. So once again, thank you very much. I know we are running a little bit behind, so I request let us have a short lunch break. My suggestion is 30 minutes for lunch break. So let us come back by 1:15 here, and we will continue with the panel sessions. Hello. Good afternoon, friends. Hope you had a quick lunch. Now, in the interest of time, we would like to get started for the continued panel sessions. So, may I request the next panel moderator and panelists to please come on the stage. So as soon as they had some lunch, please come to the front area here so that we will get started. The next panel session is will be moderated by Dr. Rohin Iyer, and he will take over from here and introduce the topic and the panels.
Check. Okay, everyone. Thank you. So if you could please make your way back from the lunch area over to the front of the auditorium. We'll give everybody 2 minutes to get back from lunch, and we will begin the next panel discussion, which I'll briefly introduce. So as we all know, classical arts are now a growing art form, I would say, but they're growing in specific circles. And among those circles, we see a proliferation of the classical arts among non-traditional audiences. So when I say non-traditional audiences, I mean through rare performances, things that you don't normally see, such as jugal bandings between different traditions within the Indian music diaspora, as an example. We also see examples of fusion music taking the stage and becoming quite popular. I'm thinking of examples like Coke Studio, which we've now seen the likes of even some of our local Toronto celebrities have taken to Coke Studio. We've seen Sanjay Subramaniam being very well recognized as a pop music icon now. We've seen Raghavendra Rao, whose pseudonym is Sean Roldan, who's a well-acclaimed music producer for Bollywood music. We've seen the likes of Hariharan and Shankar Mahadevan doing performances, and Sid Sriram, which we'll get into later, with their Carnatic background and Hindustani backgrounds, doing amazing performances for 20,000 people in huge auditoriums and sold out shows, well sold out in advance. So this is really an opportunity, but also a risk to the classical arts. And that's the topic of today's panel discussion is Carnatic, or classical arts rather, 2.0, using musical genres and styles to reach a wider audience. So if you will, please come over to this side of the auditorium as you wrap up your lunch, and we will begin with our acclaimed panelists here. So I'd like to introduce Vivek Murthy, Akhila Balaji, and Vinayak Hegde. Hopefully they're not strangers to any of you, but I will briefly introduce them. So Vivek Murthy has been one of our local celebrities. He has worked with some of the greatest names in the music industry, including KJ Yeshudas, Yes Chitra, you name it. He's done every aspect of classical, semi-classical music known, and he is the director of Ranjini Orchestra, also a long-standing member of Ranjini Orchestra, thanks to his parents, Gayatri Murthy and Sundar Murthy, who started that orchestra many, many decades ago in Toronto. And he's currently an IT consultant for BMO. So please welcome Vivek Murthy. We have Srimati Akhila Balaji, who is of course no stranger to all of you. She was the panel moderator for the previous panel. She is a well-known and respected artist in this community. She's a teacher, as well as a vocalist. Am I missing anything, Akiliji, or I think I pretty much covered it, but I'm sorry. Also an IT consultant, interesting. So yeah, I think there's a common theme here. Smart people end up being musicians, right? So thank you, welcome, Akila. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. And last but not least, we have VIDYA Kagere, who's a well-respected, not just musician, I should say, but a music, I would say, aficionado. He's running many of the programs that you're hearing about today, but he's also an acclaimed vocalist, an acclaimed tabla artist, and one of the driving forces behind the BHARATI Foundation and several other organizational efforts here. So please welcome again VIDYA Kagere. So we'll start off with a controversial question, perhaps. Let's start off with maybe the challenges. So why is it that we have, in classical music circles at least, we see that we're maybe getting a bit of fragmentation, and we're seeing fewer numbers of audience members in these study performances? And is it because we have too many local organizations doing the same thing on the same days, or what are the challenges in your mind to breaking those barriers, to reaching that wider audience? And do we need to reach a wider audience in your mind? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot of organizations, and we all see in our emails invitations for all the various samajas or groups organizing events, bringing artists over. There's always artists coming through, and that's happening for decades now. Artists coming from India and really following the tour. But the reality is there's so much fantastic talent locally, and that does, in some respects, get celebrated now. We obviously have big festivals here, the BHARATI Festival in Toronto, Cleveland, and other these sort of days. But there is a lot of fragmentation. There's a lot of events, and with so many groups, it's hard to keep the crowds continually coming in.
So what are the challenges?
We are seeing some lack of motivation. And how motivation can we achieve that is something that we also talk in the previous. People want exposure, opportunities, right? So there are priorities for everybody, but if the motivation, if classical music or art form becomes a priority, they can still come here, right? So motivation and making this also as a priority.
The challenges are obviously to the originality of the art, and when it comes to doing the fusion, I don't think that's the same level of challenge you face every time. But yeah, we need to redefine the things for the audience to, I guess, repackage it. I mean, you'll come to that point later, but yeah, there's a different set of audience which is always involved in audience.
It was brought up earlier. You make a good point, right? Repackaging it. It's almost like a branding exercise in some ways, right? You can say this is classical music, and you must sit down and put the dog on and sing, right, or play or dance. But we can also say that this is Shankarabharam, but it's also the Western Harmonic major scale, to make it more relatable, perhaps, right? And so by doing that, by reaching that audience through commonality, perhaps that's part of the secret, right? But I don't want to take away the answers of the panelists here because they're the experts, right? But having said that, what role has using these artistic styles in your mind or collaboration played in your ability to reach a wider audience? Because I think we can all relate to, we've played to rooms of 10 people, 20 people sometimes, and that's not very motivating, to your point, I feel like, but we've also played to rooms of maybe hundreds of people or thousands of people in some cases, and that's obviously, it gets your adrenaline pumping. So how can we achieve that, but in a chamber music setting, perhaps?
Me? Okay, sorry. Really coming to your question, I have a point. You mentioned chamber. I mean, most of our traditional arts are made and groomed in the chamber music setups. I don't call them right chamber, but it's intimate setup which is being nurtured and groomed in those kind of setups. And when it comes to doing the auditorium setup, I mean, there's a larger audience, we may not be able to draw them all to the auditorium. That's a challenge, but the original music or the traditional music, we have to still stick to that. One needs to be an expert in their own originality in the first place. And then they can command or demand for the next level of whether to fuse it or keep it original. So that happens only the later stage, but to be the artist in first place, that's a foremost important. So one has to learn the original art itself and then groom it from there. So I mean, take it to the larger audience there. I know challenges are there, even gathering people, but it is the original art which we need to respect, which is connected to the culture, the tradition. That's the base of our every music and dance, which is our culture, which are woven to the culture. So if that is stronger, then when the fusion can be understood very well, that's what I would think. If the fusion has to be understood where we are going, we need to understand our roots first. So that is the first thing we need to do, and then go to the next stage of fusing it with other art forms.
In order to appreciate classical art forms, you need to have a good ear. You have to have a trained ear. You have to be first a rasika, right? Only then you can appreciate. With pure classical form, we have seen MS Udrikshit probably came here for the UN concert in 1950s, 60s, and then Khani gave concert, very famous concerts. Probably in those days, one or two instances like this happened, but a lot of opportunity, like a lot of people, South Asians have migrated here. But still, we don't see that much of an ear for classical music. So, music has to evolve, right? So, we are saying classical art 2.0. So, it's a new version. So, are we going to change the look and feel of it? Or are we going to, we have to keep the originality? Probably we can only change some of the screen settings so that the originality is not lost. We don't want to lose. Like, I know in the North Indian tradition, Drupal for some time was not existed, got totally dead. But now I am seeing that people are reviving Drupal because the trial system overtook the Drupal system, right? Drupal is played like Mridangam as Pakhavat as a company. I'm talking because I'm also trained in music. I lived in Lucknow for many years. So like that, so it's an ups and downs will be there, but nature will take care of itself. You know, these art forms will never die. So if something is evolving, we should not stop it. Probably it's just ups and downs that's coming, and we should not be afraid that okay, the original parampara or tradition is lost.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of evolution in the art form. Let's take Carnatic as the style. There's a lot of evolution in there that we take for granted. A lot of the Hindustani influence that's already there in Carnatic music as its current base. So we see a lot of that, not necessarily as dramatic as we might see today. I think you mentioned Sid Sriram earlier. He's now taking it almost to another level where he's taking Carnatic basses and adding English lyrics on top, and is now opening that up to a wider audience. And I think the benefit of that is really sure that fusion can exist in its own style, and there's going to be a subset of people who have that as a interest and go to that to hear what he's doing. But there's always going to be that smaller subset within that group that is going to ask the question, well, where did this come from? And can I take it back to its roots? And you might get a handful of new rasikas coming from that who are going to open their ears, open their minds to Carnatic music or Hindustani classical music that they may not have otherwise had an opportunity to get exposure to. mean, Sid Sriram is a prime example. He's selling out concerts of 20,000 people with minimal Indian support. These are almost all exclusively North American white music lovers who are going to festivals and hearing for the first time Sahana sung on the stage. And there's a certain appeal to that where in the Western dialectic scale structure, frankly, they are a hot take for the conference. They are running out of songs. There's only so much you can do within a 12-note structure. We're starting to see artists all the time getting hit with plagiarism, fines, and lawsuits. And I think that's a large part of it. It really exhausted what you can do in that modality. And then you now add in this extra layer of Carnatic music or Hindustani music rags, that whole raga structure. That is a completely new door to open to a whole new style of music.
I've seen that evolution as well. Like, maybe it's like, Darwin's theory of evolution in the sense that whatever is fit to survive will ultimately survive the test of time. And you can see that Carnatic music, Hindustani music, Bharatanatyam, that all of these different styles of music and dance have literally survived the millennia, right? But we also see that if we want to continue to propagate these arts, we might need to bring that new flavor. And I think, like you're saying, and I guess what I'm hearing from the panel here is that, if we stick to our traditions, right, we are firmly grounded in the roots of these disciplines, but then we bring in a new flavor. Some of that is going to happen just organically, right? It doesn't have to be inorganic, force it. But in other cases, it doesn't hurt to try and do a few styles, bring in a new audience and have them experience something. The Beatles have been doing that for 50, 60 years, and look where it got them, right? So why can't we be open to that idea, perhaps? I'll wrap up with maybe one more question, and I'd like to get a lot of audience participation on this one, because I think it's a hot topic. But the question is, what other techniques have you seen to be successful in cross-promoting the arts? So, we have multiple organizations, multiple art forms, multiple festivals across the city, but do we actually cross-promote each other in a way that would allow for a bit more collaboration, a little bit more camaraderie, and allow for us to reach those wider audiences that perhaps we would like to reach, so that they can feel the same benefits of this, meditative art form that we feel when we present it. So, Vivek, I'll give that question to you first.
I think, music at its root is communication. Music is its own language. If you take it from that perspective, there's a lot of opportunity for the festival setting. I think is probably the most opportune moment to convey new types of music, where you can expose people to music that they may not, music genres that they may not have heard. And those festivals are there. I don't know if any at large scale in Toronto or Canada really, but certainly in the US, they have the pull to be able to have those massive music festivals, and then you get exposure for a lot of these international artists, and they're able to bring them in. So certainly an opportunity for a large festival in Toronto.
Yes, true. And then for
cross-promoting.
Yeah, cross-promotion. So, we should have some fun things like Raja meets Tyagaraja, right? It can be a drama, a comedy drama, plus, you can say, oh, you did this in Mauna Raga. Instead, you have taken Amrita Varshini in a different way. So it's fun, it's educative. And a lot of both sides, people from both sides will come singing music, because Raja has done wonderful things, right? And he has taken classical music to general public through cinema music. So yeah, this should be a fun stuff, a drama or a sketch involved. And second thing I would say, let's say Hindustani and Carnatic, we can have Tansin Tyagaraja Samaroh, right? This is not something new. Amjad Ali Khan had already done this in VIDYA. So we can say Toronto Tansin Tyagaraja Samaroh, something like that. And then we can also have Drupad Dikshit Agratis, right? So this is again connects Kanigeshwaran is doing a project on Drupad. A lot of information is there also. So we can do that. And then cross program is also where dance teachers can take up advanced music students, and then we can have operas by St. Patrick has got done Nauka Charitram, Prahaladavattajavitram, or we can say Ramanatakam, another. So, without mixing also we can have inter programs. So fusion is one way to promote it to the audience outside South Asia. But within South Asian, if we want to make classical and more interesting to the public, our own public, we can do these things.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Rashi. I mean, when it's a cross-cultural fusion amongst the, we have, when the religion is so many times we have mixed, we have our music mixed, the culture mixed. We are in a country which is entirely new to our culture. This is all new. We have mixed the Western jazz with the Hindustan. So we have done, for example, you mentioned Muthuswami Dikshita. His brother is the one who introduced violin to the Carnatic music. So the generation and generation, the Paris, the French are the one who introduced the harmonium to Hindustani music. I mean, it has been borrowed. Of course, we have lost some, but we gained some. There's always a loss of some art. For example, harmonium was not allowed in the Akashvani for 1950s. I mean, because it was not an instrument with only 12 notes instead of 22 shrutis. Okay, so that's again a detailed subject. So we have those risks to lose. What I mean to say here is there are limited risks and we need to balance them. And it is, I think, as we rightly mentioned, it has a new form and new identity. Fusion has a new identity and it needs to be learned as an independent art in itself based on other art forms, whatever the art forms you need. If you are fusing with Hindustani, Carnatic, it's better to have the knowledge of both before we step into at least a little bit of them. I mean, you need to have the basics of those two genres so that the end product is much more enjoyable, understood, and conveyed better to the audience. I would say that.
So let's have a music mela, okay, where we can have different stalls. Kids can pick up from a box full of ragas, and one raga they have to sing that song. Only to that in that stall. They don't need to sing. But at least we can attract more kids. So and we can also have activities where not only advanced ones also pick a chit and sing that raga, or pick a chit and sing a song on that raga, or even for dance, they'll pick a mudra and show what mudra and all those things. We can make it more attractive for the kids by having a mela, and give them a $2 gift then and there, or the $2 coupon, and afterwards probably they could get $50 together, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, attracting kids are always going to be the toughest audience to attract because they're going to give you their most honest critique. If they don't like it, it's on their face right away. So I think the one thing historically, as I look back on a lot of fusion artists, the ones that have been successful and the ones that haven't, it's always from that place of authenticity. The ones who try to force it or feel like I've got to put out this Western album because that's what people want to hear, invariably they just don't do well. Or if you try to force that fusion, it comes across as something cheesy or gaudy. When it comes from an authentic place, and as I mentioned, I think we all certainly agree, any fusion has to start with that strong foundation in whichever art form you're trying to fuse. You have to truly understand the base of something before you have to understand the rules before you can start to bend them. And I think that's where whichever style you're learning, getting that strong foundation, going to the classes on Saturday morning as you go, that is the important thing, is maintaining that and starting early, learning as much as you can, so that when the time comes, you can bend the rules a little bit.
Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up with that, but I want to give the audience some time to answer these questions as well and to address them. So maybe I'll put a question out to the audience. Is fusion music actually, and what is the future of the classical arts? What is classical arts 2.0? Put it better that way. Where do we see this field moving in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years? And what can we do to merge, fuse styles, cross-promote, while still maintaining those foundations that we just talked about so carefully? So, audience, yes, we have a question from the audience. And your name, please, before you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Veena, and thanks to all panelists and moderators here who have been giving such wonderful insights to carry the culture. Talking about music, dance, whatever art form, it has no language, is what I feel. And whatever art form it is, like rightly said, authenticity. So be it mixing the fusions or having the fusions. For example, I'm classically trained music, traditionally, and my husband, who is from Mumbai, when I got married, he used to listen to all these jazz or the rocks, such music. And for a while, I was confused. Okay, so I'm traditionally trained in classical, and here he is jazzing. So what do I do now? And then I slowly started developing a mindset to accept music in whichever forms, all forms. And here we talk about fusion, and I'm so happy to listen about this. And I think it's all about the mindset as well. We have to really love music in all forms in order to get to the fusion form, I think. And I think the younger generation, that's what exactly that they're doing. Like, they are combining the music because, of course, as immigrants, the kids here, born and brought up here, they're confused. Even I'm confused now. So to bring them and to encourage them in the fusion music, it's very imperative that we tell them that music has no language and it has to be the mindset change that has to be bought, I think.
Thank you. I see Kavita at the back has a comment or a question. Kavita, if you will. Kavita is a very highly trained classical vocalist and dancer, for those who don't know. Right, Kavita?
Thanks, Robin. So you asked what we need to be doing, right, to promote both the classical arts and fusion. And I think that us, as audience members, we really need to make a commitment to support both. And so sometimes when I hear these conversations, I hear people talking about sort of that we need to maintain the purity of the dance or the music form, and then others speaking about the value of fusion. But I would just challenge anybody here, if you prefer one or the other, go and support the other. If you're someone who prefers classical, like pure classical dance and music, go watch a fusion performance and see what you can get out of it. If you are someone who prefers fusion, go and watch a traditional performance and see what comes out of that, because I think there's value in both and there's beauty in both. And speaking specifically from a dance background, when you think about dance, it's movement. It's the power of movement and it's the power of storytelling. And that is very universal. And so I think that there's space in our world for both the traditional performances as well as the fusion. But I think as Rasikas, we have to be committed to supporting both and seeing what the journey is for both of those styles of music or dance. Thank you.
Well said, thanks for that. The gentleman in the blue shirt, sorry, I don't know your name, sir. Just announce your name first.
My name is Arvind Cho. I think, I'm sorry I came in very late here. I wasn't aware of this discussions happening. But just have one comment. I think the most critical thing that we have to look at is the purpose and also why certain types of music came about. When you look at certain classical Indian songs or music, they also have a spiritual background, and they also have spiritual effect on our bodies and in our mind. So you cannot take something like that and fuse it. But if your purpose is to bring in a melding of the cultures and for social reasons, absolutely, and you can come up with some very beautiful stuff, which is very melodious and it helps, it's very enjoyable. But when you want to go to, when you go to the classical stuff, and then you have to see what the purpose is and how it can be applied to certain things. I think that's where we have to always maintain that original classic must be maintained somehow for that reason. Thank you.
Very valid point. We don't want to lose our spiritual roots for the sake of stories operate. It's not just about the numbers, it's about the maintaining of the traditions for sure. Thank you, Aditya. Yes, Dr. Alagana.
Actually, I agree with Kavita what she said. However, it's important that, as we say, keep the classical fine art in its pure essence. And whatever is there good, we can take from there and see how it fits in our new mind at the same time, what the whole essence of the classical art is. For example, I am a pure classical dance and music artist. So when I went for my recording in the studio, Mr. Verman, he also composes music for film songs. So when we used to have time in between, he used to show me his work, how he used to put the background music to the songs. And only then I came to know so much goes behind what they are producing as a film song. So after listening to his introductory sentences on those song numbers, I was able to appreciate and respect those artists as well. So film music, we might look down upon it, but there is so much going behind, even to bring out the background music to that. So there is so much to learn from one another, but we have to stick to our form, classical music or classical dance as
Agreed completely. I've seen film music as it was composed and as it was presented, especially if it's live. And it's actually typically the singers, the people who sing the vocals and the instrumentalists are already classically trained, even in film circles, right? You mentioned Sid Sriram, Harika, Shankar Mahadevan, Krishnamurti, etc. So, clearly they have the foundations, like we said earlier. But make no mistake about it, they have to be perfect. They don't want to have to do 10 takes and make mistakes and have to re-record everything. They have to have a level of perfection too. So we have to respect that art form is an art form in and of itself. To Vinayak's earlier point, it doesn't have to be a fusion. It can be something in and of itself that requires greatness and practice and perfection as well. I think we're coming up on time. I started a little early, so I want to respect everybody else that was waiting and end a little early. But just to wrap up, I think if we can summarize the points that were brought up. There are challenges, right? We want to reach a wider audience, and some of us don't, and that's fine too. This has its roots in spirituality and in a chamber music setting, and it doesn't have to be 20,000 people in an auditorium, nor is it appropriate in some cases for that to be the audience. But where it makes sense to do so, such as in a Jugalbandi or in a semi-classical setting or in Hindustani tradition, we have to respect the foundations of that art form. I think we all agree on that we cannot dilute the art form simply for reaching a wider audience. If an artifact of that or a consequence of that or a side effect of that is that we do get a wider audience because we incorporated a tabla in a Carnatic performance or a drum in a Hindustani performance or a cello in a classical opera, but it's playing a raga instead of a Western note. That could be a nice consequence while we've maintained the traditions, right? So I think I heard that loud and clear. And lastly, I think as we move into the future for classical arts 2.0, we don't necessarily have to change anything, right? Some things just happen by themselves, and if we allow for that change, if we embrace that change rather than being resistant to it, this isn't a threat to an existential threat to music or to art. It's actually something that might allow it to continue to propagate if we allow for that change to just naturally take place. Let's face it, the concert format that is used today is not the concert format that existed 50, 60, 70 years ago. It's changed quite a bit, right? And the way that it's being presented is just a natural evolution of that. So I think we should allow for that and embrace it. And of course, try to promote each other, attend each other's performances while bringing each other into a forum like this, where we get to meet people of different backgrounds and disciplines at the same time. So I think, do you want to wrap up with your final comments for that?
2 seconds. You rightly said that the tradition is like, what's the tradition? The tradition existing today is what's the tradition originally. So how far back we can go? Can we go back to 50 years, 20 years, 25 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years? Prabandha, you mentioned Drupal, but before that there was a Prabandha guy. So it was existing. Before that, we don't know what was existing, but there is no record. So the tradition is evolving. I'm not here to say that fusion is the future, but tradition is evolving, but we stick to our roots and then nurture with the fusion as well, cope up with the fusion. Thank you.
Fully agree. So let me wrap up and thank our panelists here, Vivek Murthy, Akhila Balaji, and Vinay Hegde for their wonderful thoughts, and all of you for your appropriate questions and thoughts. So I'll hand it back to Paramji, and we'll move on to the next program. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rohit, and all the panelists. It was a very interesting discussions. Now we are continuing with our last panel of the day. And now the moderator Vitulan had to step out for some meetings. So we are requesting Dr. Sriya Murthy to lead the next panel. Next panel is an interesting one. It's close to many of our heart. How institutions can help to promote our culture. And Dr. Sriya is very appropriate person to lead this panel. As most of you know, Sriya is a Bharatanatyam dancer teacher. Plus, she is a PhD from Oxford in the area of psychology. So she knows the in and out of all the artists' thinking and institutional thinking. So I request to Dr. Sriya to please take over this panel.
So I will start here.
Hello. So I just found out that I switched from a panelist to a moderator, so I request the help of the audience. If you have any questions, instead of keeping it for the end, please ask the questions during the conversations itself. So first of all, I would request our very distinguished panelists to introduce yourselves. This is
SLX2 became 5. Right.
Yeah, this works here. Shaji Krishnan, been in the Canadian nuclear sector for 31 years and a good resident, and we are trying our level best to make sure that our wonderful art and heritage and culture is passed on to the next generation.
Guruvayur Temple, Brampton, and he organizes many events. It's not working. That's number 5.
Mr. Shaji Krishnan, he's been very humble in his introduction. He basically runs the Guruvayur Temple of Brampton and organizes many events, and such a variety of events, from religious to cultural to many lectures. So he has a very in-depth experience in organizing, and so we invited him to this panel.
Thank you. My name is Mahesh Nileshwar. I'm probably a misfit here. I was requested by Vinayak to come and be a panelist. I am executive director of a not-for-profit called SACHE. SACHE, which means truth, stands for South Asian Cultural Health Association for Youth and Seniors. Last year we conducted a program called VIDYA Sangam, where we had an audience of 250 and all genres of dance. And we recently had in May a program called Shruti Sangam. As the previous panel, they were talking about Jugalbandi. We had organized a Jugalbandi with Veena, which is Carnatic, and vocalist Ramneek on Hindustani style. So that's about me. Thank you.
And myself, I come from a background where I grew up here in the GTA. I went to university in Vancouver and then in London and lived in Germany as well. And so I feel like I have an international experience in, like, I can't help but ingrain myself into the classical arts of all of these places. And I want to congratulate ourselves in Toronto. We absolutely have something wonderful here that I haven't seen in Vancouver, I haven't seen in London, even though the Bharati Vidya Foundation is there in London. Like Vinayak sir was saying, it's all very small. The theaters themselves are small. So yes, you have a very high quality of audience members, but theaters themselves don't hold more than 100, 150 participants. So, and the variety of teachers and institutions that we have in the GTA, I think we really do need to congratulate ourselves. And the very fact that we're having difficulty filling our audience members is because there are 3 other options to go to today. So I would like to start on a very positive note that organizations in the GTA are doing a great job. So first, Professor Nema Ganapathy Collins started about the importance of holding such events for immigrants, the immigrant diaspora. And maybe you can speak more because you are part of the nonprofit organization. What role do you find as organizers you do to the community members that come to your events? Like the mental health, how you bring the community together through these kind of organizing events.
Yeah, I think everybody understands that music is very important for self-care. So what I mean by that is when we wake up, we listen to music, some kind of mantra or bhajan. For what? To have a great day. So it is part of our life, and it's very important. Whenever I drive, I listen to music. Before I go to sleep, I listen to music. So music is an integral part of our life, should be. And also the thing is, we have so much choice. I can listen, as the previous panelist was saying, I'm a Kanse. I can listen to any kind of music. I can't play a damn instrument. So I can listen to all kinds of music. So I'm a Kanse and I appreciate it. If I don't understand, I try to find out what it is about and then try to appreciate it more. So I think it's very important. Music should be part of it.
To repeat the question, like what role do organizing events have for the community on a religious perspective, spiritual perspective, but also the mental health perspective?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And he addressed it from his macrocosmic perspective or a Vishti level, and I'm elaborate that into a cosmic or a Samashti level. So the way what we look into each and every art form is there are quite a lot of art forms here, and there are quite a lot of new people coming into it. So in my experience, the way we handle it, we try to have some sort of an education or an education by which you expose what kind of cultural forms there is. Because quite a lot of people, from what I see, they are exposed to few art forms of every state, but not everything. So for example, I come from Tamil Nadu, and for me, Bharatanatyam, everyone knows about Bharatanatyam. But there are a lot of other art forms in Tamil Nadu mostly unknown. Same is the case with Karnataka and Kerala exactly. So how do you do it? It's the education that sounds. It next comes the exposure. How do you expose this particular art form to a wider audience? So education, then comes exposure, then you try to conserve all those kind of art forms, and once you do it, you campaign it outside to the entire people, showing and highlighting the beauty of it, the innate nature of it, the quality aspects of it, how soothing it is from a psychological, emotional, and from your livelihood purposes, how uplifting it is. So the moment when you package it based on understanding of each and every person, based on their educational levels, their backgrounds, or cultural backgrounds, even if it is very from global outside, you are able to capture them. Even in some sense, when you come to the Gen Z, those people, both of my girls are there, 26-year-old and 22-year-old. They belong to the Gen Z. And for them, you need to capture that very successfully. It's within 20 seconds, you need to pass on the message. Because they don't have the time, they don't have the patience to listen or read like we did back in the day. So these are the challenges which we think of coming up with different multiple modalities and solutions, targeting each approach so that people can enjoy it, they can uplift themselves, and they can also improve the quality and standard of life by having a process by which they can relate to. We can elaborate that in further questions.
Now, bringing it down to the logistical level, I've heard many times that saying like, oh, there's too many events, sorry, I can't make it to here because I have to go somewhere else. Do you find that there are too many organizations and institutions in the GTA? And also, do you think that the audience participation has truly dwindled? Maybe the pandemic had a role to play with it. What is your opinion?
I think what we have to learn or understand is that we take it for granted. So let's say I've organized many concerts here and in Abu Dhabi when I used to live there. And if it's a well-known artist, people line up. If it's an unknown artist or an upcoming artist, people find excuses. We are very good at finding excuses, especially for cultural programs. If it's Rahman or Bollywood, people line up for hours. And if it's a cultural artist, not well-known, upcoming, people find excuses, which is a very, very sad thing. That's the first thing. Second thing, we take it for granted. So for example, we were talking about Bharatanatyam. So if I invite you to come to a Bharatanatyam performance today, and then next week, another one, what are you going to say? Oh, Bharatanatyam? Oh, I was there last week for another performance. So we take it for granted that everybody is same. Everybody's performance is going to be the same, but it could be different. There are students, kids who are learning because their parents are forcing them to learn. And there are kids who are learning because they are very interested in learning. So their performance will be different. This is exactly like an academy. A student who wants to succeed will get first rank, and a student who's being forced to learn mathematics will always come 15th. So there is a difference. That's why I always say, when we do Namaste, there is a reason why, because all the fingers are not equal. So let's not treat everybody as equal, everything as equal. A small example, I'll give you 1 second. I used to live in Abu Dhabi. We used to get artists from India, And we got all these upcoming Kala Ramnath violins, just for an example. The first 5 rows would be all European people, okay? And the last 2 rows would be Indians, because we brought the artists here to drive them back. And they start, because it's Abu Dhabi, we start around 7 o'clock in the night, and it goes on till 11. And at 11:30 they say, oh, Panditji, bachao, bachao. And all the Indian people are like sleepy, snoring, because we were taking it for granted that we knew violin, we knew Kala Ramnath, we knew the music. So always try to take every opportunity to learn something new. That is how we can encourage more and more people to come for different events which look similar.
So coming back to your question, are there too many organizations in this area? The answer is yes. For example, for instance, like 7 years back, what we did was just out of curiosity, we started mapping out from the Guruvayurappa Temple of Brampton, how many temples are there in GTA in a 100-kilometer radius? Can you guess? 109 temples. 109 temples in 100-kilometer radius of Guruvayurappa Temple that came up in Brampton. So that's the amount of it. And similarly, when I was in Mississauga Raman, the Panditji was asking, people from different, Hindus are all here, can you say from which all countries you are brought up there? There were people from 19 different countries. 19 different countries. And one gentleman at the very end with his hand said, so there are 2 other countries where people haven't been here. So 21 different nationalities come to temples. So you're looking at the spread of our Sanatana Dharma worldwide. So with that influx of people coming into Canada and the amount of temples, it's okay. It's the progression of the population matches with the number of temples. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's a healthy culture. And where we need to be more prevalent is we need to have some sort of a symbiotic relationship. This is where most of us lack. We need to have an umbrella or an organization where we all stand together as our own brothers and sisters, campaign under one umbrella, working towards Sanatana Dharma. So this is where we need to focus our attention on. So only when you do these kind of things, what happens is the wonderful culture and tradition of the Sanatana Dharma, the multitude of dance forms we have, the multitude of art forms we have, can be preserved. For example, there was a beautiful article in the newspaper saying that there are 2 dialects in Orissa which are getting extinct. What did they do? They started preserving them. They started talking to the old people, trying to record them, so that in the future generation, if people do come and if they're interested in learning those dialects, their grandmothers or great-great-grandmothers have recorded it and left it in place. So the same question applies to us. What are we doing? So this is where we as a community should come together, share the art form, share the wonderful, beautiful concept of all the technology so that we can pull in our strengths together. So when the COVID arose, we know what to do. The temples were getting closed. So the Guruvayurappa Temple came up with an idea. Let's start e-sessions every day. Sharp at 6:15, the Zoom link will be open. Panditji will come and give a 10-minute session. Then after that, someone from the community will come and talk about how they are overcoming each and individual problems in their life. Then they will have a small bhajan sessions. Then that will be concluding with an e-Deepa Aradhana, where they see Deepa Aradhana of the Lord Krishna. So what happened? People were motivated every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. For 3 years, people were logging in. They were able to listen to it, uplift themselves, even though they had multitude of problems, emotional, physical, financial. They were able to overcome that. Just because they were able to see their own people, sharing their problems, talking to them, and the Panditji coming in and consoling everyone, quoting from the scriptures that everything would be good. And to boost their morale, we had various art forms as well. Everything online. So art, drama, dance, everything was helping them for enhancing their lifestyle. So this really works. These are not just mere words. You have tried it, you have tested it, and it worked perfect. Now we can enhance it and take it to the next level.
That leads directly to my next question, the role of technology.
Please do roll of applause.
The role of technology. Now, a lot of times we have these viewer counts, but also I think with having these events on YouTube, not only does it allow people to join in geographically, but also time-wise, like maybe they can't make it right now, but they can watch it 3 days later. Do you find that technology is helpful, or does it also take away from the in-person interaction?
That's a very beautiful question. Nothing can replace in-person interaction. It's a sweet spot. But the technology is there, and which we can easily rely upon as well. For instance, Thomas Friedman said the universe or the world is flat. So everything is happened all around the world, happens just in front of us. And what we do is we use the technology to benefit us. For example, when I had two girls, as I mentioned, my girls will always used to ask, Dad, why do we have to go to Parikrama in an anti-clockwise direction? Why can't I go in an anti-clockwise direction? Why do I have to do namaskaram this way? Why can't I do the other way? Why, right? And because whenever you have, since I'm an engineer myself, I always look into the scientific rationale behind it. Then I started coming up with explanations, valid scientific explanations, and the rationale behind why we do it. So what we tried to do is we started making them as small videos, small YouTube videos, small snippets, small articles to read in WhatsApp. Then we realized it's not sufficient. People want this in a concise manner. They want it in a 20-second format. So we started making Instagram videos. So most of these kind of questions are being answered to the children from their level so that they know exactly why they're doing some customs and traditions. So people were able to appreciate that much better, and we were able to showcase the talent, the tradition, and the scientific knowledge and the database we had in the Sanatana Dharma in a much more higher, elevated, right light, which was lacking all these years, except a few occurrences here and there. So the technology can be used to our favor. There's multitude or various technologies which we can use. Not one, but thousands and thousands of them. So everything can be used to our benefit and our advantage. But having said that, nothing beats face-to-face, one-to-one, provided we have the time and the efforts to do it.
I have an IT background, so till last year, I used to work as an IT consultant and run my not-for-profit. And so I decided I cannot put two legs in two different boats. So I quit my IT job and I started working voluntarily as executive director for my organization. And I'm an audio, I love music. I'm an international Indian. So I was born, I'm a Kovan, or we were Kashmiris. We are Saraswat Brahmins. I was born in Ooty. My dad was in a bank, so I know Kannada, I know Tamil, I know Telugu. My mother tongue is Konkani. I speak English, I speak Hindi, and my wife is Punjabi. So I'm all over India. So what I was trying to say is, I love music, and as I've mentioned it many times, and I'm an audiophile. So I love to hear the nuances of music. And I do lots of audio mixing and testing and all that. So when it comes to technology, I have experience of both. Doing everything on Zoom during COVID, as said, and attending concerts either anywhere all over the world and listening to artists close up, right? I've listened to Vinayakji on YouTube, and he performed for us for Shruti Sangam live. It was such a big difference. But for people who are watching at home, they might be cooking and just listening. You know, they might be doing some other activity where when you are in a live environment, you have to focus. You have to, really connect with the artist to enjoy it. So both have their positives and negatives. Sometimes people like, I live in Scotland. I don't like to go to Mississauga or Brampton every other week for a concert. So if there is a Zoom session, I would love to do it, right? So it all depends on your situation, but I think both have its advantages and disadvantages. And that's all I have to say.
Are there any questions the audience would like to ask us?
Thank you. It's Gurmaishi strategy. You said the audience cannot attend every week a different concept together. Shajiji, you said there's a need for an umbrella organization. Thinking of it. Are you all thinking in a direction of do we need an organizers organization kind of thing?
That's a very good question. We can discuss it for days. So, it's always, when we were studying back home, they used to say if 5 economists sit together, there'll be 6 theories that come out. So the same way, if there are 5, sorry to say, I cannot comment on other cultures because I'm not part of them. I can only comment about our culture and our people because I'm part of them. Is if 4 people start a school, there will be 5 different schools in 2 weeks. Right? So it is part of our culture, you like it or not. So I hear all this, sir, we want you to lead this organization. I said, you already have 15, why do you need the 16th one? Why don't we all get together? No, sir, I don't like that person or this thinking that. That's not the way it's going to work. We will end up with more organizations. Sorry if you're disappointed.
I would like to say that even for an umbrella organization to run, all the teachers and the performers should cooperate a lot. And art can sustain itself only when there is cooperation, collaboration between all teachers, not competition. So that is the thing which is making us being stuck in cocoon. So the art will never progress, especially when we have come away from India, Bharata. The sources we get, the scriptures we get, or the lyrics we get is very limited. If at all there is good cooperation between artists, we can do so much. But it is the ego which is putting them away from one another. So is there any way that umbrella organization or any organization to break that barrier and make them commit to the fine art, but not their own egoistic growth?
That's a tough question. And when I went to the umbrella organization, I didn't mean a physical one with a president and a secretary and those kind of things. I said, let's come into the fabric, into a mode where we all pool our resources together. So it was more philosophical rather than a structured, bureaucratic organization I had in mind. Maybe I did not come up with the wordings because whenever I say umbrella organization, I did not mean it that way. So, very good question, Atta, and I can address that question in 2 parts. Art has no boundary. So it transcends boundary. That's the beauty of art when you look at art. And when you look at what ties each one of us together, it's not from where we come from, what language we speak. It's more the Bharatiya Samskriti that is within each and every one of us. That's a uniting force. That particular force needs to be rekindled in a way that the art and all the wonderful traditions which we have been carrying for generations gets passed on to the new generation. So the responsibility lies with each one of us. So rather than having an organization which is just for the name of an organization, instead let's open up ourselves, collaborate, as you said, join together, pool the resources, look at the beauty of each art form, explain it, expose it to the wonderful people who are all interested in taking the pattern and taking it forward, or anyone else out of intellectual or academic interest too. So typically what happens when these ways is, when you come up and start talking about it, a lot of people engage in traction. I'll tell you one example, just not saying, just for the sake of saying. There is an organization which was developed by Guru Temple. It's called Sopana. You can Google it and find the website too. Sopana came up with a triple traditional art forms. So whenever you talk about Kerala and you say, can you name 2 things? People will say, oh, I can name Mohiniyattam, I can name Kathakali. It's much more. There are 8 or other 9 forms which are more prevalent in Kerala of equal stature like these 2. So how do you bring them up? So all the people, all the teachers, all the intellects started pooling resources together, and there were a few teachers who were basically volunteers who decided to teach these to the next generation. See, these simple efforts, these simple gestures, and the time and resources everyone holds takes each art form to a different level from its expression. So this essence is what I was just trying to elaborate.
Just 1 second, I'll just add to what you were saying. Culture and heritage. If, for example, if you wear a gold bangle or a jewelry, what would you do? You would protect it. You would protect it over your life to make sure that you still have that jewelry on you or at home. Why? Because it's important for you. Unless and until we understand, believe that this culture, art, and heritage are important to us, we will not be able to protect it. We will find excuses. We'll have ego issues. We will have other issues. So let's put everything behind us, understand, make sure, make a promise to ourselves that this culture, whatever you're a vocalist, dancer, dancing, whatever you're doing, is more important to you, and you will try to uphold it at whatever cost. If that is acceptable and you promise to yourself, I think we'll go to the next step.
Very quick question. We are running out of time.
Sure. My name is Dheeraj. I'm just a musical enthusiast, and my name is Dheeraj. I'm just a musical enthusiast. My only hope and recommendation is, like you were talking about that umbrella organization, and we've created like a WhatsApp group and we have some Facebook groups, but there is no organization as such. And Vinayak Hegdeji is actually one of the admins in that group as well. To what ma'am was actually mentioning, I respect that tremendously. All the teachers have to come together to be admins of that group and be able to expand that whole group if possible. My hope and goal is that when performers perform, this entire hall should be filled up. Like the performers will perform regardless of whether there are 50 people or 500 people, the performance will be the same. Audio system will be the same. And if we have 500 people, economies of scale come into play, and then everybody benefits. The artists benefit as well as the audience benefits. So I am just a musical enthusiast, like the way I mentioned. I'm a technologist, I whistle and stuff like that, but I am still learning classical music. My hope is that regardless of whether there are activities happening in India or here, whether it's Brampton, Mississauga, Scottsboro, NM, if we can actually have that platform, common platform, where people who are disabled can attend stuff from home and pay a minuscule $5 for the excellent internet connectivity that we establish in all these events, as well as people who want to attend in person, they can do that as well. And we have that flexibility so that when people like how Stickmaker does it in India, Society to Promote Indian Classical Music Amongst Youth, if we can actually go to that level and we can say our only goal is to spread awareness of classical music or our traditional heritage, our ancient heritage, I think we can go places. So I'll just request that if anybody wants to be part of that group, please contact Vinayak Hegdeji and let's see where we can take this.
Can I add just one thing to that? I know you're running out of time. If you think about the number of organizations we have in just the GTA, right? You mentioned it, Chai. It's 109 temples. There's also Bharati Kalamandra, there's Sringeri Vidya Bharati Foundation, there's Tamil Sekala, Kannada Sangha, right? Maga, which I'm not sure if it even exists, EYSC at one point existed. Now we've got Suswata, there's all these different organizations that are coming up. Are they actually asking the question of, is there an identified need for this organization to exist? Or are they simply forming this organization because of their own personal reasons? Because they say, okay, we have to promote this specific art form, or the art form that I want my kids to learn. So we need to do a little bit of voice of customer on this, right? To understand, if I form this organization and I invest in a microphone and a speaker system and marketing and all this stuff and a hall that I have to rent, are people actually going to show up? Or is it just going to be an auditorium with 10 people in it, half of whom are organizers? I think we haven't done the adequate market research to understand what the demand is for this. And then once we have identified a demand, some bureaucracy needs to exist for sure, right? And I do agree with the idea that we need an organizer's organization because we all do this in different ways, in very fragmented ways. And we all rent out separate halls on separate weekends, some of which conflict with each other, in fact. So we are actually working against each other if we think about it. You know, we'll also schedule a violin duet on another weekend with the same violin duet, you know, happening in a different part of town, two different artists. So that we have to have an organization, an umbrella organization, but eliminate all the bureaucracy, no membership fees, no president and vice president and secretary, none of that stuff. And just go back to what is the end goal that we're trying to achieve? And work backward from there and say, okay, what we want is for 100 kids to attend this. If no adults attend, that's fine too, because it's for the kids that we're doing this. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you so very much for your valuable inputs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sia Murthy, Saji Krishnanji, and Maheshwarji. Maheshji, thank you very much for coming and taking part. Again, in the interest of time, I'm requesting Sia to her slides this will show what happened in the previous scenarios. In the meantime, we'll make a stage ready for the next performance.
All of the information is on the slideshow. If you would like to move to that side of the auditorium, please do. A quick review of the previous surveillance that we had. As you can see, the top image was of Alexander, and you see a very drastic age difference in the bottom image. That was the new we have a letter from the group, and it reads, we are happy to learn that VIDYA is conducting VIDYA Bharati during the auspicious Navaratri festival. We're deeply touched by your commitment to promoting Southeasian classical music and dance in the Greater Toronto area. The VIDYA Bharati Sammela's objectives to bring together teachers, students, and connoisseurs of our rich cultural heritage is commendable. Such endeavors are essential to preserve and pass on our cultural traditions to future generations, and we wholeheartedly support their noble cause. The initiative to honor noted pioneers of Indian classical music and dance in Toronto area with the VIDYA Bharati Awards is praise-worthy.
recognizing the contributions of these pioneers and acknowledging their efforts in preserving and promoting classical arts is a big deal. We hope that the SAMMELAN is a resounding success and serves its purpose of promoting our culture in the region. I convey the rich blessings of Jagadguru Shri Shri Bharati Mahaswamiji and Jagadguru Shri Shri VIDYA Bharati Mahaswamiji for the grand success of the event. Signed, we are published. That's the letter. So the first SAMMELAN was held on October 15, 2023. And the purpose of the event was to get Canada in collaboration with the 75 Classical Music School. It's delighted to introduce annual VIDYA Bharati Canada SAMMELAN, a symposium celebrating the rich cultural arts of South Asia and the GTA. This event brings together school teachers, students, artists, and connoisseurs to engage, collaborate, and communicate about our cultural arts within a vibrant, unique form. The symposium will include keynote addresses, panel sessions, honoring of accomplished persons and cultural events, providing attendees with a unique opportunity to discuss and collaborate on South Asian classical performing arts, which have become an essential part of Canada's cultural heritage. Now, United already went through this, I'll say this slide. This was the outline. We had opening remarks by Shri Siddharth Sarkana, the Council General of India, and His Excellency Sir Vikas Guru. The VIDYA Bharati Canada Awards of 2023. It was given to established artists for their pioneer work in Canada, promoting South Asian arts and being role models in teaching, mentoring, and performance. Each awardee has proven their superior expertise in their chosen art fields and has been recognized internationally while based in Canada. In 2023, the award winners was Nilanda Vikwan, Sangeeta Tanandi, Dr. Trichy Chandra, Order of Canada, Founder, Director Emeritus of Sampradaya Dance Academy, Ms. Lata Bala, and had the wonderful presence of Sangeeta Vikwan, Guru Srimati Gandhi, here with us. The VIDYA Bharati City Award. This award was given to artists and arts promoting their pioneer efforts in teaching, promoting, and performance of South Asian classical performing arts in the early days of South Asian integration here in Canada. These people led the way in maintaining our culture and nurturing young people, promoting the classical art performance, and in general made significant contributions in developing the interest and growth of classical arts in the GTA. In 2023, the award winners was Mrs. Uma Krishnan, Pandit Narendra Datta, and Dr. Krishna Rao. We'll see through the next steps. The VIDYA Bharati Canada Young Performer was given to students for the future growth and acceptance of South Asian classical arts rests on the shoulders of such persons. The award winners was Shraddha Ganesh and Neela Rao. We had panel discussions on these 4 topics. The takeaway of how to sustain cultural arts for the next generation. The takeaway was how to motivate and communicate with students, accommodate their interests, and retain long-term students, while newer students wanted shorter-term, quick accomplishments. Challenges faced by teachers in the new environment. Again, following the previous conversation, parents and children wanted results in a very short period. Parents didn't recognize that switching dance teachers meant the the style of art completely changed from the different that. And in the post-pandemic period, how in-person class is required for are the fine arts limited to spirituality, the role of fusion programs? Fine arts is definitely not limited to spirituality. It is difficult for the younger generation to appreciate what Bharati is saying. And that fusion can be a gateway for the younger generation to start thinking about fine arts. So, what attracts audiences of performances and organizations? Like we heard here today, opportunities, lots of them, include the younger generation, and that organizations keep to the time as and the event ended with a wonderful cigar class by Siddhartha that she coached her outside. She literally suddenly she on the level. So the organizers heard our request and they gave us the Yuva Kalasani, which was held on May 11 in 2024. And the goal of the Yuva Kalasani was to cater to the younger generation of Canadian classical conference and to provide an avenue to present, discuss, and discuss with each other how to celebrate the classical Canadian conference. And so we had a discussion circle divided by music and dance and the depth of the topics. So we had fun topics, we had deeper topics, and we discussed systemic issues that come with dance and in Canada. We had a dance workshop, the language of Canadian classical dance, followed by a talent showcase. We had two Sunday concerts and a band concert. A music workshop given by our own Mr. Vinay. Another talent showcase. And here it's very visible how the youth presented and came to provide performances. And last but not least, the games and trivia, which was very fun. We had quiz and we had the dance schools play charades with each other. That was very fun so much. We had the Dr. Naveen Yuva Prashasti Award. Here's the Bhajan Kumar and Bhajan Vision. And finally, the evening concluded with a classical music concert by Buddhist Shashank Sura.
Thank you everybody for your attention during the very insightful panel discussions. It's now time to enhance your experience, shifting the mode of collaboration performance. So sit back and relax on the performances.
Today on Mridangam we have Ashwin. Ashwin has been learning Mridangam under the tutelage of Mridanga Kala Vidya. She Rati Ruben Paramas Soto. Did I pronounce that?
Rati Ruben has.
And recently completed his Arangejam. He is currently studying engineering and business at Western University. Sanjana Krishnan, she has been learning vocal and violin under the tutelage of Sangeeta Vidwan Srimati Dr. Dhanadevi Mitradeva. She is currently studying grade 6 music and violin and plays the flute in her senior board band. Madhuvanti Srikantan. Madhuvanti has been learning violin under the tutelage of Sangeeta Vidwan Srimati Dr. Dhanadevi Mitradeva. She is currently pursuing her Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology at University of Toronto, Scarborough campus. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be singing 4 songs. The first song is Tanaganapati in Raga Melody in Dalam Adi, and this is in praise of Lord Ganesha. The second song is Varigari Vikyovar. This is in Raga Latani and Dalam Kandachapu. And following that, we'll do a small Kirtanama in praise of Lord Guru in Raga Kapi, Dalam Rubaka. And finish off, we're going to do a song to thank Mother Earth, Lord Bulaga Kumari, in Ragam Amritavarshini and Tara. Ragam Abe.
Song
The next performer is Divya Krishna. Divya is a student of BHARATI Dance Academy and has been learning from Kala Ratna Niveda Ramalingam for the past 8 years. This afternoon, Divya will be presenting 2 pieces. Her first piece will be Alaripu in Trishra Lagam, followed by Muruga Kautam. Muruga Kautam is in Ragam Sharmaka Priya, set to Adi Ragam, and is choreographed by Niveda Ramalingam.
பெருமாள் அடியினை கொழு மனமே தாங்கும் பெருமாள் அடியினை கொழு மனமே கையாயம் தன்னை சுழலவரும் இளையவனை தொழுவார் தாழி தம்பரம் உடையவர் காணம் மயிலேறி கையாயம் தன்னை சுழலவரும் இளையவனை தொழுவார் தாழி தம்பரம் உடையவர் அருமுருகன் அருகேற்று கதியது பெறலாம் கடல் மலை முடிய வருமுருகன் அருள் பெற்று கதியது பெறலாம்
Second piece Vidya will present is a Jatiswara in a traditional Kalakshetra choreography. This Jatiswara is in Kalyani Raga and set to Rupakantam.
Nira Baba
Next item is a lecture demonstration, Manodharma Nritya Sangeeta, by Dr. Alakananda and Vidya Nataraj. Dr. Alakananda is an artist with a unique combination of expertise in Bharatanatyam classical dance, Carnatic vocal music, and Sanskrit literature. These have been the stepping stones for Dr. Alakananda to practice and impart these ancient traditional fine arts to tread the spiritual path by keeping bhakti, devotion, as the primary and pivotal incentive. Vidya Nataraj is born into a family of renowned classical musicians and musicologists. Vidya's life has been soaked in classical music from early childhood days. She's been trained under the strong guidance of her father and guru, the renowned Veena maestro, vocalist and Vadyaka of Mysore, Sri R. Vishveshwaran. Her performance career spans over 40 years, with her first prodigious professional concert at the age of 9. Vidya is the founder and music educator at her school, Dhyana, for Carnatic music, located in Brampton, where she prides herself of a loving community of serious music seekers.
Namaste. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. So from morning we have heard panelists, speakers talking about sustaining classical cultural values in the changing times and environment. Now I would like to say few words about sustaining classical cultural values at all times. That's very important. To understand that, first of all, we should dig into understanding what is the very purpose of our fine arts to exist, to take its birth in Bharata. The very purpose is for spiritual awakening through knowing the essence of Vedas and Upanishads in a beautiful, poetic, entertaining way, which is music and dance. That is the purpose. So, we dancers, dance teachers, if we hold the goal very high, name, fame, money, everything will come automatically as byproducts. If I aim for doing PhD, automatically I will be getting my bachelor's and master's, and then I will be having PhD as well. If I keep my goal itself as making name, money, fame, or doing bachelor's, I will stay only in that level.
Really?
So, we dancers, we musicians have to have our goal really high, that we are able to accomplish all other things in our life. To do that, we have to understand and see how I am growing spiritually through music and dance. That should be the main goal. And after all, what is spirituality? What is it? It is nothing but disidentifying oneself as the limited individual and become the universal person. For that, very confidently I say that dance is the medium. Because if we take it in the proper way, when we are getting into different characters, we are disidentifying ourselves while we are dancing, and we become those characters. So there I go. I will have the taste how to disidentify my individual self as limited body and mind. Our dance and music can guide us poetically, aesthetically towards achieving this self-realization if we understand the very purpose of dance. So, the dance teachers have lots of responsibility on their shoulders. The future of our students is in our hands. So, we have to understand in depth the meaning, background of every word of the lyrics. We have to put ourselves in the shoes of the composer of that song. Only then we will be doing justice to the composer, to our own self, and also to the students and to the audience. So, performer, a dancer, when she is performing, she should not stop at the level of getting the perfection in technicality or good skill, that is not the end. One can keep growing in every performance she gives or he gives. Every step should be customized, tailored, which is possible only when the mind and the heart and the soul are well aligned with the body. That is the beauty of dance. What about the responsibility of audience? Even you people should be aiming for spiritual growth when you are attending any of the dance programs. As an audience, Rasika, we should not stop at the level of appreciating the costume, how the dancer looks, what the music is, what they are seeing. No. One has to see to what extent the dancer has become the character. Is the dancing touching my mind, or is it touching deeper heart, or is it touching my whole being? Am I getting any benefit by looking at this dancer dancing? Am I growing? Am I transported to other world? So, even if you're seeing a dancer showing the anti-hero, villain, or rogue character, even that is giving them the spiritual growth. Why? How? When they get deep into that villain role, suppose a dancer is showing Duryodhana or Ravana, if they become that role totally, next day, if I see that dancer walking, I should be disgusted and I should turn away my face from looking at that dancer because she represents that Duryodhana or Ravana. Then it means the dancer has really done justice by disidentifying herself or himself and has become that character. So, even the audience has the responsibility to grow along with the dancers. And in our Indian classical art, why only art, even in our culture, in Sanatana Dharma, Tantra Shastra has contributed a lot by personifying, making it as characters. Like for rain, we say Varuna Deva. For Agni, we call him Agni Deva, the Lord of Fire, the Lord of Wind. Like that, we give different personification for each and everything what we experience in this universe. So, dance has the hand gestures, facial expression, rhythm to denote all these personifications. So let me tell you about the hand gestures. The very first thing we do is namaskara to Mother Earth in the very beginning of any dance. What are the hand gestures we use? Kataka Mukha, Shikhara, and Chaturahasta. Do you know each hasta has deeper meaning in it? For example, Kataka Mukha is the opening of the bangle. So each bangle will have an opening like this with simha or some opening. That unlocking thing is called Kataka Mukha. Shikhara is Lord Bhagavan Pati, head. How did we come up with this hand gesture? This finger is ego, the limited I. And these three represent the three bodies: physical body, mental body, and the causal body. And this represents that supreme absolute. So when all these surrender, the only thing left is the Lord, Bhagavan, Parabrahman, Pati. Okay? The next hasta we use is Chatura hasta. Chatura means square, which has 4 angles. That being mind, intellect, ego, and the memory. Along with the body, I go down to you, O Mother, and we do the Namaskara. For that, what happens to the individual who is dancing? When we hold here, can you hear me? Yes. By doing this Kataka Mukha in front, by holding Kataka Mukha here in front of my heart, that means I am unlocking the heart. And Shikhara, that supreme, is giving his grace, his power to my shoulders. Shoulders, we know how it is important, how it takes the stress, mental and body stress on our shoulders. Because shoulders is one of the main organs which can bear the strength, pain. Oh, she has big shoulders. You can give this responsibility to her. Oh, don't cry. You have my shoulders to cry on. In so many ways, we use this shoulder. Even in Sankalpa, we say Kavacham. We use the shoulders. So, when you do this Namaskara, Tai, with the blessings of that Supreme Lord, we are opening, we are expanding ourselves as the whole universe. That means I have already grown as the whole universe by unlocking my heart, my mind, my whole intellect, and I become that universal person and look down at earth and do pranam. Not only this, by dancing we show Ambal daily. How many times do we think of myself becoming daily and showing this? And why these two hand gestures? This hand gesture, Abhaya, shows without fear. Which is the biggest fear we have is about the death. What is that? Losing the entity by giving up this body, because I'm thinking I'm the body. So giving up that entity is like losing my own self, which is the biggest fear. Being that supreme goddess, she has become the whole universe. And Varada, not holding back anything. Whatever is in manifestation, she is readily giving it. So if I have to show this hand gesture, I should become that universal person and hold this. And Varada, not asserting anything to my own self, give everything. That is the characteristic of being. And thus, when we are dancing, if I am really able to become that Parvati Devi, I have grown spiritually, at least for that moment. And I would have had the taste what it is. So, what we are doing as dance is not just for entertainment, it is for the spiritual growth, which as a dancer we are gaining. Now I would like to go into Manodharma. What is Manodharma? What is Dharma? Dharma is smoothly flowing along with the innate nature, innate quality. That is Dharma, because there is smooth flow. When there is smooth flow of thought being expressed as music, becomes Manodharma Sangeeta. When smoothly flowing thought is expressed through the body movements, it becomes Manodharma Nritya. So today, with the cooperation and help of Vidya on singing and Sviana on Natuangam, I would like to explore in what way I can show Manodharma Nritya. And we have not rehearsed at all. Whatever is coming to her mind, she will be singing. Whatever is coming to my mind, I will be dancing. And I am taking up Navarasa, the 9 emotions. We all know Navarasas, and we have seen so many dances depicting different emotions. So, should we stop at that level? Navarasas be contained to the interaction among the humans? No. The whole universe is going through Navarasa in its own way. As I told you earlier, in our Sanatana Dharma, each and every factor of this universe is personified, divinized, and we respect each and every form which we see in this universe. And what is this universe? Prapancha. It's nothing but 5 elements. So, when they are also personified as Devas, Bhudevi, Varuna Deva, which is water, Bhudevi is earth, Varuna Deva for water, and then for fire, Agni Deva, and then Vayu, which is wind, Vayu Deva, and it is Akasha, without any qualities in it, it is holding all the 4 elements. So let me see to what extent I can show different emotions. The first one I would like to take is Shringara Rasa, erotic, where Mother Earth is having that connection, the love with Varuna, which is the rain. And what happens next? Let us see. And then Shringara, when we become the spiritual seeker, as a seeker, we also go through different emotions. Even Shringara, the erotic emotion we feel one with God. How is it? At the last samadhi state, one gets such joy being one with our Lord, Bhagavan. And happiness is not at all compared to any other emotions, relations we have in this world. Shringam riyate iti shringara. The mind is in the utmost bliss, being in union with the beloved. And the beloved is none other than Bhagavan. Naturally, I become shy. Having beginning some Bhoga Shubham, And that is how we have so many padams, like Kshetriya. They, even though the composers are men, they go through the feelings as though they are women when they are having a total union with the Lord. So let us go to the next hasya, the humor. That's also another very important emotion which is needed to the whole universe. The fire. When it strikes, the lightning looks at the earth, says, "You think so great about me? In 1 minute, I can burn you down. My lightning." Compassion. I should go back to Hasya to show how it happens in the seeker. Seeker in his jhana, meditation, he is concentrating on one self. But all of the lower thoughts on the worldly matters, when it comes, he feels God's mind is so fickle. Goes here and there. No. Let me control you. His mind cannot be like this. So many thoughts, will be all directions. Karuna, the compassion. When the scorchy sun is giving so much of heat to the earth, Mother Earth, with lots of greenery, animals, the rivers flowing beautifully. And Varuna Deva is looking at the interaction of scorchy sun with the ground, earth. He feels Varuna, compassion, and he showers the rain with so much of compassion. The seeker, the very first quality a seeker gets when he gets into the path and walks miles and miles. The first quality he gets is karuna, the compassion on the whole universe. In the morning, sitting in Canada, I open the newspaper and see that lots of fighting, war is going there. My heart, my tummy, everything is turning. So much of agony. I haven't seen those people, but I can pass my compassionate vibration on them. Why is it happening like this? I cannot bear to even hear the news, read the news, which is really causing me so much of pain. Oh Lord, Bhagavan, show pity on all the people who are the victims of the war. How I wish I could go and help them. How is it possible? How shall I help them? Bhagavan, help all of them. There should not be any sorrow in the world. Bhagavan, that's all I request from you. These are the types of thoughts which we go through as seekers in Karuna. Raudra, the anger, fierce anger. The Mother Earth, when there is so much of scorching heat and so much of corruption, anti-peaceful things are happening. How can she bear? To what extent? How long can she bear that pain which concept is everyone is going through. So the volcano actually erupts. The whirlwind shows its anger and tsunami. So not nothing but the anger, Raudra, felt by Mother Earth. When the mind is distracted by other thoughts, I cannot bear the diverse thoughts of this world hitting me so many times. What shall I do with this? All thoughts. I'm getting angry on my own mind. It is not allowing me to focus on one thought, which is self. And he becomes lost in the anger. It takes lots of time to come back to stability. Bhayanaka. Bhayanaka, that is fear. Fear. We have so many kinds of fears because of one huge fear, which is the fear of death. To combat that fear, we go through so many different kinds of fears in our daily life. Bhayanaka. The forest fire. When the fire is attacking one tree, all other trees and the earth becomes so frightened, filled with fear. To a seeker, here comes the time when he has passed all the stages and he's all alone in his seeking, and the Guru has already given the passport to go beyond. Before going beyond, and Guru has already left his hand saying, you are ready to go. At that stage, one gets this fear of unknown. Am I on the right path? Am I dreaming? Or am I really going through this? No. Why have you left me? I'm going all alone. When will I reach my goal of self-realization? I am not yet there, and you are not there. This is more than experience of being, feeling alone. Veera, the valor. Valor is self-confident. All the 5 elements, they do have the valor in them, and they show then and again and again. The wind says, and the greatest. If I show my brand, everything will be visible. And the water says, what is there in front of me? Even though there is the erotics, everyone going softly, when I dig out, and haven't you seen me going forward, close, here and there, and creating havoc all over the place? I'm the greatest. And Agni, you wind, you water, both of you are depending on me. The heat. I create so much of heat everywhere. Who can escape from my hands? I am the greatest. Mother Earth, she feels so great. You are the wind alone. Water, you are alone. Agni, you are alone. Me, having so many multiple forms as my own children. See my magnificence in front of me, Mother Earth, and stars, and the banners. And even in Seeker, Veera, the pattern is not only limited to the war field, it comes in Seeker as well. As he goes further in his growth, spiritual growth, he overcomes. And here, as a devotee, to that idol, to that form, I go down. After reading that, he goes to the next and says, that idol is very much within me. That is Veera. The next one, even the idol in my heart has entered and it has enveloped the whole universe as my own self. That's when he reads the achievement, the spiritual growth. Please observe. That is displeasure, revulsion, disgust. When that scorching heat of the sun is falling on the earth and is burning, the wind comes to the hell. And thus, don't you see how the earth is burning? It cannot bear to see ocean and sitting in the cold wind. For a seeker, Harishankarka, Bhaya. Without that, these Harishankarka, Kama, Krodha, Bhaya, Lobha, Moha, they all act as enemies. On them, they show total disgust in the mind. Oh lust, don't come near me. Oh Krodha, stop. Attachment, moha, stop. I don't want you. look, the green. No, I don't have space for you people. Get away from me. Adbhuta. All elements are looking at one another with their achievements, and we are all wondering. Even the seeker, when he has realized he is ever expansive soul, he gets that sakshi power, the witness mode. Because of that, the whole universe, all people, all buildings, the whole nature, everything looks wow, 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 wow. You are great, oh Bhagavan. Wow. So that is how he feels for the whole universe. The last friend, Shanta, the peace. When all elements, all the 5 elements, after fighting with one another or creating their own upmanship on other elements, the ether, the space, says, you 4 elements, if you are working hand in hand, the whole universe will be so happy. Let us be that. I bear all of you in my own. That's what ether says. And that is how the whole universe goes through the peace, through the 5 elements being in good friendship, balance, and good combination. Even the seeker, when he's having that witness mode, along with Adbhuta, the wonder, he's also experiencing that Shanta, the peace, which he splits the whole universe around him. I sincerely thank for hosting this program. Thank you.
Please take a minute. I would just like to take a quick minute. How often do you see a dancer saying to the musician, you do you, I will do me, but we will coexist on stage? She said, sing from the heart. That's exactly what I do in my life. How many dancers do you do that? Do they do that? Dance is a prepared art mostly, and here is one who does it like this. A big round of applause to her. And thank you so much for this great opportunity of experimentation, empowerment, emerging, and everything that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you for a wonderful audience. Thank you, Sriya.
Thank you, Vidya. Really, I thoroughly enjoyed. We were one. You were dancing through me, I was singing through you.
Music must dance and dance must sing.
Right, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It was an out of this world presentation. Thank you so much. One round of big applause for Dr. Malika, and also equally melodious and then soothing singing by Srimati Vidya. Thank you for that award. Sriya.
The next presentation is going to be a Pushpanjali in Ragam Gambhiranate, Talam Asa. Pushpanjali means offering of flowers. This is an invocatory item in which the artist goes in reverence to Bhumi Devi, her guru, the orchestra, and greets her audience. Sriman Narayana is in praise of Lord Vishnu. The presentations are from Guru Prabha Raghavan, who is the founder and artistic director of Sri Sanskriti Dance Academy. And the Pushpanjali is being presented by Medha Prasad.